I see that you know your judo.
Don't be creepy.
I don't want reality. Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for them.
In the Ice Age, how much taxes did people pay?
Phrasing.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Close it up, just like my wife's vagina.
China. China. I have to have my China.
Jesus, I say that.
He looks good, and he looks hard.
Not gonna do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
The box is full of Pepe.
Don't be creepy.
This is from 12 Rules for Life. Aren't I a good guy? Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
I don't want reality. I don't want reality.
Illegal. I did everything right and they indicted me. Illegal. 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 Illegal.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
People from China, they love me. China.
China. Facebook book. Facebook book.
Follow the rich white man. Follow the rich white man.
Are you not entertained? Rid of the Second Amendment?
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
China.
It's science.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't I a good guy?
Jesus, I say that.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's good to see all you space fams here already. Got a hell of a lot of doom here for us to look at tonight. So buckle up. Let's get right to it. Thankfully, we have each other for this journey through the void.
is full of birthday.
I mean, this woman is dangerous, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, unfortunately, once again, due to the massive amount of stuff that I've got prepared for today, for us to attempt to get through, I don't have anything good to start this off with. Well, you know what? Maybe I'm wrong. In a way, it is good. Now, don't get ahead of yourself here, chat, but just prepare yourselves for this sentence. Here's some good news about gun violence in America. I know, doesn't make any sense. It will soon. This is from the Associated Press from 9 hours ago. The moment that Michigan school shooters' parents were sentenced to at least 10 years in prison.
Rid of the Second Amendment.
Oh shit, it's muted. And I'm on the wrong screen. Okay, it's a good start. That's a good start. Muted and on the wrong screen. Let's back it up. We can do this.
I believe that the following sentences would be in the best interest of justice and are reasonable and proportionate to the seriousness of the matter and the circumstances surrounding each defendant. With regard to Jennifer Crumley, it is the sentence of this court, Ms. Crumley, that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections. As to defendant James Crumley, it is the sentence of this court that you serve 10 to 15 years with the Michigan Department of Corrections. Parents are not expected to be psychic, but these convictions are not about poor parenting. These convictions confirm repeated acts or lack of acts that could have halted an oncoming runaway train. About repeatedly ignoring things that would make a reasonable person feel the hair on the back of their neck stand up. Opportunity knocked over and over again, louder and louder, and was ignored. No one answered, and these two people should have and sure didn't.
Okay. Well, there you go. Slightly good news about gun violence in America. Something being done.
Justin.
Even if it is a small thing in the grand scheme of everything we talk about here. What is next? Oh, right. Okay. Well, let's look. Let's listen. Sorry. Let's look and listen. Let's look and also listen at this. And two. Okay, I'm gonna stop this trope. Families of Michigan shooting victims read impact statements at Crumley's sentencing. Here we go. This one. A little bit rough, I'll be honest.
Pontiac, Michigan, where the parents of convicted school shooter Ethan Crumley are being sentenced. Families of the victims are reading their impact statements right now. Let's listen in.
You do not get to decide that. You do not get those privileges. You are not above anyone. I love being a mom. It's the one thing that I'm truly great at. You cared more about your well-being than the one life that you should put above anyone, your child. And because of that, you both took 4 beautiful children away from this world. Being a parent is the part of life that you should hold to the highest level. It's an honor to be a mother or a father. Even when you think you have done your best, you continue to do more. Unfortunately, you never made it to level 1. You say you wouldn't do anything different. Well, that really says on what type of parents you are, because there's a lot of things I would do different. But the one thing I would have wanted to be different was to take that bullet that day so she could continue to live the life she deserved. We show no remorse, no respect or compassion for our family. The same traits that you've bestowed upon your son. The traits that you have torn my family into pieces. The lack of compassion that you have shown is outright disgusting. Not only did your son kill my daughter, but you both did as well. The words involuntary should not be a part of your offense. Everything you did that day, months prior, and days after were voluntary acts of your son to commit a murder. Not just one, but multiple. Shaking your head during a verdict is the utmost disrespectful thing I have ever witnessed. At that moment, you felt your life is more valuable than my daughter's. I will say that will never be true. You created a life that you took for granted. Decided that parenting wasn't a priority. Putting your child first should be the only priority. You didn't, and because of that, I've lost my daughter. I had to get answers after her death. Watching the video.
Wait, hold on. Is it lagging really bad for anybody right now? It looks like it's lagging. Hold on. Hold on, chat. What is happening? Why is it lag? Why are we lagging? Okay, it's buffering for everybody else. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Let me figure out what the hell is going on. It's not making any sense. What is happening? Yes, it's lagging for everybody. Okay, okay. I am trying to solve this. And the weird thing is, everything else is running perfectly smooth. Like, just butter. Butter smooth. Everything on my end right now is running buttery smooth. So, actually, let me check my internet connection. I might be uploading slowly right now. Oh, this is gonna annoy me if I have internet problems. And cats are awesome. You're right. You're right, goth dogs. Oh, my internet seems to be working perfectly fine. This is good. And by good, I mean bad, because I can see that it's still lagging on my monitor screen here. That is really weird. I feel like this has happened before, and we just waited like 5 minutes, so... how is everybody? How are you all doing today? And when you feel like the image behind the window has stopped lagging for you, let me know. I'm trying to gauge it for myself right now. I feel like it's starting to do better. That is kind of the great thing about this particular screen. It lets me know pretty quickly when something is wrong, having something going in the background as well. Sorry for however long it took for me to notice that. Lagging like a mug. Yes. It's unfortunate. And my fault. It's better now, you think? Alright, let's try. Let's try it. I believe you. What just happened? There we go. Okay. Let's try.
Hearing testimony on how your son executed my daughter. Watching him put the gun to her head as she covered her head and pulled the trigger. Seeing pictures of her laying in her own pool of blood, knowing her body sat there for hours, that rigor mortis had already started to set in. so that when I identified her, her body was in a state I couldn't imagine. Hearing her sister scream over and over again night after night.
Oops.
Watching her family and her friends fall apart. You created all of this. You created your son's life, which then allowed this to be his path, which should be yours as well. You don't get to look away. You don't get to cry. I didn't get that choice. You failed as parents. The punishment that you face will never be enough. It will never bring her back. It will never be a loss that you have suffered, and it will never heal the pain. Because one day you're going to be able to see your son, visit, hear his voice, possibly laugh, maybe see him grow. I will never see that again. Because the so-called loss that you say you have suffered doesn't even compare to the loss of a child. Your Honor, I request that the maximum sentence be enforced, as it will never come close to the life sentence I was given. A life sentence that I didn't ask for, but a choice that was made for me. A life that I will suffer because of their negligence. Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Okay. We got through that. Hopefully everybody's still alive and with us after that. But yeah, that was rough, but I felt like it was necessary to listen to. There's, by the way, another 35 minutes of that. And if you want to torture yourself by listening to some pretty harrowing stories, some very angry parents, I'm not gonna try and stop you. I certainly, think it's important to hear their stories, and that's kind of the whole point of this part of the trial. So I figured we would at least look at this part. We barely looked at it. I think we might have looked at one tiny piece of this like a month and a half ago or something. And so yeah, like here's the end of it. I just didn't, focusing on it wasn't the biggest thing. It's one case. We look at gun violence every single day, and it all needs to be dealt with. Okay, sorry, I'm on a tangent now. Okay, moving on. This one is disturbing. This one is also fucking disturbing. I'm sorry, but we have a couple of things here in a row that are pretty rough. This is from 21 hours ago, where in a church, a young girl was killed during a fucking exorcism while trying to escape. We're gonna look at this real quick, but this is ridiculous. Anyway, I'm just gonna shut up. Here, you look at it.
New at 10, the latest on a disturbing case out of the South Bay where 3 family members are in jail after a 3-year-old was killed during what the suspects say was an exorcism. Newly released documents reveal the child fought for her life and tried to escape from a church where her mother, uncle, and grandfather allegedly performed the exorcism back in 2021. Investigators say the girl's body had several injuries when firefighters found her body on the altar of the church in downtown San Jose.
Jesus
a coroner
Christ.
determined she died from a combination of asphyxia and smothering. Court documents also revealing today the victim's mother told police she had visions from God. Her uncle claiming he had gifts from God, while the grandfather said he had gone to the church to pray for the child. And
Jesus, I say that.
Okay, Amorosa, I know. I know he didn't, because it'd be weird to be talking in the third person. Anyway, it was really hard for me to even watch it just now, because that shit is fucking insane. This is the sort of shit, though, we gotta keep track of, because every day it feels like we're slipping faster and faster into some sort of a theocracy. And now children are dying during exorcisms in the middle of churches with multiple guardians present. Because of what? An exorcism, that's right, because that's exactly the sort of sensible thing people should definitely be spending their time on.
I feel like I'm taking crazy pills!
Yeah, maybe. Okay, moving on to a few healthcare related things here, both in the US and in Canada. Maybe we should do Canada together. Fuck it, I already have it together in this way. We're just gonna do it this way. This first one's from Global News from a day ago. Nasal naloxone could save lives, new study shows.
Naloxone nasal spray is publicly funded in Ontario and Quebec, but that's not the case elsewhere in the country. British Columbia and Alberta instead fund intramuscular injections for the drug that can be given to help reverse the effects of an opioid overdose. Canada has seen about 40,000 opioid-related deaths since 2016, rising to roughly 22 deaths a day in 2023. Researchers say nasal sprays could save 151 lives per 10,000 people if they were publicly funded across the country. Pharmacy PhD candidate Ashley Sid says intramuscular injections can be stressful to use, especially in an emergency situation. Researchers say nasal sprays are easier to use and would like to see them made widely available.
More people would be willing to access those and be willing to carry them just because of the ease of use and the fact that they would be free for those people. And then due to that increased distribution, a domino effect would occur where more people would be available to use it in an emergency situation. It can be very stressful to assemble a needle in a stressful situation, like an emergency situation, for example. The nasal spray itself, it already comes pre-assembled, and all you have to do is insert it into the person's nostril like you would a regular medicine nasal spray.
Researchers also wanted to underscore that naloxone is a harm reduction measure and it does not
Okay, moving along here. Just figured we would keep up with things like that, which can help save lives. I think it's pretty obvious that funding that sort of a thing is pretty just a very sensible thing to choose to do with money. That's just me, you know.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
What's next? What was I doing just now? I was also doing something. Oh, right. Fuck it. I'll get to that later. What's next? Right into this. Oh, fun. Good. Good. Okay, this is from 9 hours ago from CNN. Back to the United States. Arizona reverts to 123-year-old law banning nearly all abortions after court ruling. Ay. This one we're gonna get into for a second. Oh, you have... Whoa.
Breaking news.
And this is big.
Wait, hold on.
Breaking news just
no.
into CNN.
Hey,
the Arizona
Aaron.
Supreme Court just issued a major ruling on the future of abortion.
Whatever your name is, stop it. No, we have more important breaking news. Well done, chat. Well done. You have achieved 20 likes, unlocking Captain Benjamin Sisko from Deep Space Nine. There he is. Captain Benjamin Sisko.
Access in that state.
And CNN's Natasha Chen is going through the court's opinion right now. Natasha, walk us through this ruling.
Yeah, this is a 47-page decision, and right now our teams are going through all of that language. But the bottom line here is that Arizona must adhere to an abortion ban. Nearly all abortions banned except in the case of saving the life of the mother. And this law dates back to the Civil War, before Arizona was even a state. There has been a lot of confusion back and forth in Arizona on which state law.
Okay, just gonna pause it here on this quick infographic that they have up for us. It's very handy. So, Arizona, due to the overturning of Roe v. Wade in their state legislature, has decided to reverse to an 1864 abortion law, which bans abortion in all cases, regardless of gestation, with the only exception to save the life of the mother, and carries a prison sentence for abortion providers. So, I think we can all accept that this genuinely will cease abortion in Arizona in entirety if it is allowed to stand.
Applies here because right before Roe versus
Dr. Quinn medicine women? Why are we talking about Dr. Quinn medicine women suddenly? I feel like my mother watched that show back in the, was it like the 90s, I guess? Early 2000s? When was that on TV?
Was overturned. The state had instituted a 15-week abortion ban. So there had been pauses to abortions in the state and then resumption of that, then pause again, all in hopes that the state Supreme Court could offer some clarity here. And today, this is what the court has said, that the state must adhere to this 123-year-old law banning near all abortions. Now, the text of that law says that there is also a punishment for providers of the abortion between 2 and 5 years in prison. The important things to note here so far that we've gleaned from this document is that no one who provided an abortion prior to this ruling today will be subject to the penalty, and that there's a stay on this decision for 14 calendar days, so 2 weeks out.
2 weeks. How generous. How generous. 14 days. I'm sure this won't bother anyone.
Arizona.
Or cause anyone any harm in any way, either physically or mentally. Or emotionally. Mentally and emotionally, I guess they're the same thing.
Attorney General tweeted today that this is unconscionable and an affront to freedom, and said, make no mistake that the court has the health and lives of Arizonans. You can see that tweet right there on the screen. There's a lot more to that statement. Again, this is a long, twisted path to get to this moment. And at the same time, there is a group trying to gather signatures to enshrine abortion rights in the state's constitution. They are gathering those signatures in a hope that they can put this to voters. Boris, Brianna?
Yeah, I mean, that is their hope. Talk about the future of this issue, because this obviously may not be the last word.
And it seems that the state, as well as some other states that we've seen, have gone through this back and forth twisted path since Roe versus Wade was overturned, since 2022. Since that moment, there have been nearly, I think, a couple dozen states who have severely restricted or banned nearly all abortions, and so this is something that not just
basically
Arizonans
half the
are
country
dealing
now.
With. There are also multiple states doing what they're doing here, at least from a citizen standpoint, of trying to gather signatures to make it part of the state's constitution. So as of right now, as we are still reading through this 47-page document, again, we understand that within 2 weeks, or 2 weeks out from today, that the state must adhere to this law from really Civil War era, before Arizona became a state in 1912.
Right. Okay, so let's pause it right there. So yeah, this is the thing. Let's go back to this infographic again, just so we can remind ourselves as we talk about this, what it is we're fucking talking about. Okay, I'm just gonna read some shit for you, and also partly recall some stuff from memory at the same time. So, in 1864, Arizona was not a state. It was newly purchased land. It was basically, I believe it was referred to as like unincorporated territory, right? It was originally not originally is very colonialist sort of phrasing, because it wasn't, but I guess in the context of this, in this discussion, originally it was the Spanish, then Mexicans took it from the Spanish, if I recall correctly on that one. Then they and then we bought it from Mexico in 1854. So this was 10 years after Arizona was created. And I tried to look into some of this, and I couldn't find this exact law, unfortunately. But it sounds to me like it must have been not an Arizona law, but maybe like a federal law, but they're using an 1864 law to I guess fall back on that just existed pre incorporation of Arizona as this actual state. Hello to you, Morbius. Good to see you. Thank you for that. Anyway, let's move on because I have more shit to talk about. Not specifically on this Arizona situation. There's definitely more to it, but that's the bones, right? That's the bare bones there, and I think you all get that this shit is fully fucked. But let's move on to a different thing, also about abortion. This is from 16 hours ago, also on CNN. Betrayal, quote unquote. Anti-abortion voter reacts to Trump's stance on the issue. And I was talking about this yesterday when we first heard about him taking a new stance on abortion publicly, that it might come back to hurt him with a certain portion of his base. So let's hear from this young woman.
Well, after many months of mixed signals, Donald Trump revealing today who he thinks should have the final word on abortion.
My view is now that we have abortion where everybody wanted it from...
The way that I framed that video is fucking hilarious. Neither of these people are who I was talking about. But I like to think that I was talking about Trump. Let's listen to this young woman right here.
Legal standpoint, the states will determine by vote or legislation or perhaps both, and whatever they decide must be the law of the land. At the end of the day, this is all about the will of the people.
Well, that's a different take than the one he gave.
The color of his face and the color of his ears are like 5 shades different. Like his face is like bright orange, and then his ears are sort of like a light pink color, I guess you might call it.
To a voter earlier this year during a town hall.
You've also blamed pro-lifers for some of the GOP losses around the country, and you've called heartbeat laws like Iowa's terrible. And so I'd just like some clarity on this because it's such an important question to me. Okay. I'd like for you to reassure me that you can protect all life, every person's right to life without compromise.
Watch out. Now, this was from before at a town hall. She's about to come in and talk in a second, but I don't know if you heard it in there, but she's got that, what's it called? She's got the Katie Brett voice coming at you, you know? I need you to reassure me. Okay. Thank you.
You wouldn't be asking that question, even talking about the issue, because for 54 years they were trying to get Roe v. Wade terminated, and I did it, and I'm proud to have done it.
Joining me now, Rebecca Haney. She's that anti-abortion voter who pressed Trump on abortion, and she joins me now. Rebecca, thank you so much for joining me this evening. I have to wonder, what is your reaction to Trump saying that states should chart their own path, essentially, on abortion?
Well, she's upset.
Thanks for having me. And as I think you're hearing from a lot of the pro-life camp, we're extremely disappointed with Donald Trump taking the language of the left on this.
Oh, the language of the left.
And leading on what he would now, even he used the term abortion.
Sorry, we're gonna have to go back. I couldn't hear. I went deaf and just started losing it after hearing that sentence. And I've heard it once before. The second time was even better. It's unbelievable.
I don't want reality.
Oh God. The language of the left. Leave it up to the states. Yeah, states' rights. Yeah.
Don't be creepy.
Yeah, us lefties and our states' rights all the time. Okay, let's try this again. Let's see if I can get through this. Oh, God.
Extremely disappointed with Donald Trump taking the language of the left on this and leading on what he would now, even he used the term abortion rights. And that's a far cry from someone who claimed that he would be the most pro-life president, and for a long time had been hailed for his pro-life credentials by conservatives like me, who gave him a lot of credit for many of those pro-life victories, the talking points that he used, the way that he defended life when he was in office. We really did appreciate. And now to come out and essentially surrender on this issue is there are many words for it, but extremely disappointing as a mom. You know, the worst thing that you can be is just disappointed. And that's where I am right now with Donald Trump on life.
Oh, that's so
I
hard.
use that same tactic with my own children.
That is so hard for her. But you know what? Sometimes,
follow the rich white man.
Sometimes you follow the rich white man and things go bad, right? Fortunately for us, unfortunately for this tragic poor young woman here who has been betrayed by Donald Trump. Oh. Feel so bad for her.
You supercalifragilisticexpialidocious bitch.
I didn't say it. But the important thing is that it may be that Trump's base is being eroded from within by his sort of cavalier shenanigans. I'm not sure what to call them anymore. Dang, space pollen again. Hold on, chat. I'll be right back. Is the reason why you're spamming right now, Ahiju? What's up with you? Oh, I think I know who you are. Oh, good to see you, Obsolete. Good to see you, pal. Alright, what's next? Someone ban him. I'm trying to figure out how to get us back on track after... Oh, well, nobody really saw that situation. Okay, what's next? Okay, still on healthcare. This is really long press conference. We're not going to watch the whole thing. This is from Global News. Why is this not working? Work. Oh, that's why. Okay. Yeah, so this is a long press conference. This is from Global News. The Canadian government announces $500 million for youth mental health over 4 years.
Okay, good morning, bon matin. Welcome to the National Press Theatre. We are here for a mental health announcement with the Deputy Prime Minister, Chrystia Freeland, also Ministers Ian, Holland, and Sachs. I understand the ministers have brief remarks, and then we will start with questions. We'll start with questions in the room, and then if we have time, we will go to Zoom after that. And I understand the minister has to attend, well, the ministers all have to attend cabinet at 10, so we have 20 minutes for questions. So ministers, please go ahead.
Okay, we'll try to zoom through. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Bonjour.
First, I'd like to say a few words about the new measures our government is introducing in the upcoming federal budget to improve access to mental health services for young Canadians. I'll then hand over to Minister Yara Sachs, who will provide further details, and then Minister Mark Holland will be discussing the work that he is currently doing to improve healthcare in Canada. And finally, Minister Marcy Ian will also be saying a few words.
Over the past 2 weeks, our government has been out across the country talking about generational fairness. That's because today, too many younger Canadians feel as though the deck is stacked against them. They can get a good job, they can work hard, but far too often, the reward of a secure, prosperous middle-class life remains out of reach. We want their hard work to be rewarded, and we have a plan to help every generation, especially younger Canadians, get ahead. We're doing this by turbocharging the construction of new homes across the country. Among the many new measures we've announced over the past few days is a $15 billion top-up to our apartment construction loan program. And we're taking...
Okay, that's really all I wanted to watch. We are not going to watch all 50 minutes of that, I can tell you that much. But it seemed to me that those are both good things happening in Canada. So, they at least deserve our attention, at least so that we can be aware of these sorts of things. In case anybody needs to take advantage of these things, or you know somebody who does. But also just to give credit when government does good things. Let's see, what's next? Oh, this is unfortunate shit. This stuff is... Alright, first... Actually, no. Some of this is unfortunate. Some of this is fantastic. It's a combination, and we'll go through them. First one. This one is not good for a lot of people. Reuters from 8 hours ago. No, sorry, NBC from 12 hours ago. Report. State Farm indicates where in California homeowners' policies won't be renewed. So, if you're unfamiliar, many insurance companies, due to the effects of climate change and other environmental factors, have started to cancel homeowners' insurance policies in a number of high-risk states, including California, Florida, and all sorts of other places that they deem to be high risk. No longer are they taking on risky insurance, leaving many people uninsured and in perilous positions regarding their living situations. If something were to happen, they would be left with nothing. So, let's watch this report. Moving along.
New this morning, a new look at which California neighborhoods are getting hit the hardest as the state's largest insurer announces plans not to renew some home insurance policies. Today in the Bay's Bob Riddell joins us live in Contra Costa County this morning. And Bob, I understand the city of Orinda is bearing the brunt of most of this move.
Unfortunately, you are correct. Good morning to you, Laura. According to the San Francisco numbers that they have, Chronicle, according to numbers they have obtained, State Farm will be canceling 1,703 homeowner insurance policies here in the town of Vendetta. That's 55% of their policies here in this town, and that represents...
So, 55% in this one particular town of all... It's insane to even say it, but like literally, yeah. Ben Shapiro, it's a good point. It's a good point. It is you that we're looking for, Gabby. Also, I point that out. But yeah, Ben Shapiro would just say move. But basically, yeah, half of people in this town here. What's it called again? Sorry, I lost it in my head. Alameda? Wait, no. This is somewhere else. It's smaller, but it's like outside. It's somewhere in Southern California. I'm pretty sure. Yeah, half of homeowners insurance policies canceled. That's a problem.
The largest number for one single zip code. You can see on this map we put together.
Oh, there it is.
In nearby Lafayette, they're going to have almost 1,000 policies canceled there. Down in the South Bay, and the zip code that represents parts of Santa Clara and Santa Cruz counties.
Oh, wait.
Just over 1,000.
All right, it's not half. It must be half of a specific kind of property, I guess. He was specific. I guess I just didn't understand the distinction that he was trying to make. Doesn't appear to actually be half, though, according to those numbers. That's still problematic for people.
Policies, and up north in North Bay, there's a couple of zip codes in Santa Rosa and other parts of Sonoma County, and that represents about 4.
Dang. Schmegley just broke it wide open with that one. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is... Wait, hey, where are you going, State Farm?
1,500 policies. Last month, State Farm issued a written statement explaining its decision to no longer write new policies for new California homes.
Wow.
And to end coverage for about 50,000 existing California.
Wow. This is insane.
Customers. The statement reads, quote, "This decision was not made lightly and only after careful analysis of State Farm General's financial health, which continues to be impacted by inflation, catastrophe exposure, reinsurance costs, and limitations of working within decades-old insurance regulations. Homeowners who live in areas at high risk of catastrophes like wildfires will have to buy into the California FAIR plan. That is subsidized by the state of California. It is expensive and only offers fire coverage. Last month, we talked to a nonprofit research group.
I'd like to talk to Jake from State Farm about some stuff. And the khakis aren't going to fool me this time, pal. Khakis? State Farm canceled you a long time ago? Wow. So fun and so good and so great. It kind of hurt your feelings. I wouldn't take it personally. But I can see why you'd be upset and hurt. But I highly doubt that you were personally involved in the calculation. I mean, maybe they just really don't like you, and I might be speaking out of my ass right now, but it's just my feeling. Okay, this is from Reuters from 8 hours ago. U.S. small business sentiment, lowest since 2012. So, small business sentiment keeps track of different metrics regarding small business in terms of new formations and other such things. And apparently it's the lowest ever. It's not ever. Sorry, lowest it's been since 2012. So for the last 12 years.
Sentiment among U.S. small business owners in March slipped to its lowest level in more than 11 years amid rising concerns about inflation. That's according to a survey out Tuesday from the National Federation of Independent Business. The organization's Optimism Index, which has averaged a reading of 90 over the past 50 years, came in at 88.5 last month, the lowest level since December of 2012. It also marked the 27th month in a row that the index's reading has fallen below the 50-year average. Inflation worries were the main culprit, with 25% of business owners reporting that higher input and labor costs pose the biggest challenges. As a result,
Okay. Just figured we would keep track of how the economic system is moving. Not good. Not good, even though supposedly everything is great. What's next? Yeah, okay. This one I'm a little skeptical on. In terms of how it's all gonna play out, and if, you know, in like 4 years it's not just all gonna happen again. But this is from Cron 4 from 23 hours ago. Legislation to provide competition for Ticketmaster.
Assemblymember Buffy Wicks has introduced a new bill. It is aimed at Ticketmaster, calling it the first bill of its kind in the country. Cron 4's Tiffany Justice joins us live in the newsroom with more. Tiffany?
Right, the bill seeks to open the marketplace at point of sale, which Wicks says will put the power back into the hands of the consumer.
Whether you're an artist, a venue, or fan, you should have a choice.
Monday, East Bay Assemblymember Buffy Wicks introducing new legislation aimed at Ticketmaster. In hopes of shaking things up, Wicks introducing AB 2808, designed to reduce prices and increase availability of tickets.
It is designed to truly transform live event ticketing by increasing competition when tickets go on sale for the first time, the primary point of sale. Instead of only having one choice, which is not actually a choice of where to shop, consumers will have multiple options of where they can purchase their ticket.
According to the legislation, Ticketmaster controls about 80% of the primary ticket sales in the United States after the merger with Live Nation in 2010, with ticket prices increasing 140% after that merger. Wicks calling her bill the first in the nation legislation, saying it would force companies to have to compete for consumer business.
And I've witnessed firsthand the evolution.
Now here's the thing, like, I feel like ticket prices for live entertainment and stuff are the least of our worries in this regard. And this kind of stuff needs to be getting done on a broader scale, on more consumer goods, and not on, well, I mean, it's technically a consumer good, but it's also, what do you call it? It's an expenditure that is not necessary. I can't think of the word right now. But you know what I mean? It's not your rent or your food or your car insurance or your health care or your child care, you know, that kind of stuff, right? That's the kind of stuff that we need these kinds of controls on, this kind of real, true, supposed competition, and the government needs to be involved in that, because the government provides a lot of stuff. What's next here? We're talking about basketball right now? Harden? The only Harden you know is Marcia Gay Harden. It's the wrong Harden. I don't know who that Harden is, but it's the wrong one. I'm kidding. I'm sure they're a fine person. Or maybe not. I actually can't stand by that statement. I have I have no idea who that is. What's this? 23 hours ago. Oh, yes. Okay. Let's talk about some other stuff here regarding transportation-related businesses. Tesla has settled a lawsuit out of court in Mountain View crash, where a person using autopilot veered off the road and died.
Now
Now at 6, questions over the safety of Tesla's autopilot feature now in the hands of the courts. Today, a settlement was filed in a case involving a Bay Area man who died while behind the wheel of a Tesla. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. I'm Vicki Liviakis.
And I'm Noelle Bello. The family of Walter Huang sued Tesla, accusing the autopilot feature of malfunctioning, causing the deadly accident in Mountain View back in 2018.
Crown 4's Jack Mulmud was at the courthouse today and has the latest.
Well, we do not know how much money Tesla is settling for after the family of Walter Huang sued the car manufacturer. What we do know, though, is that the attorneys representing the family submitted documents in support of the settlement earlier this morning. The court case goes back at least 5 years now, as Walter Huang crashed into the median on Highway 101 in Mountain View back in 2018. The family sued the year after. Investigators with the U.S. National Transportation Safety Board say Huang was playing video games on his smartphone and using Tesla's autopilot feature at the time of the crash. Huang died later in the hospital. That investigation also determined Tesla's autopilot system operated improperly by not recognizing the lane change on the highway. Tesla has long said its features do not prevent all accidents, while Huang's family has said Tesla misled Huang into thinking the autopilot was safe. Now this...
Okay. We got one more of this one, but I just wanted to talk about this real quick, because usually when companies settle out of court, not always, but oftentimes, it means that they don't want to be sued on a class action basis, by avoiding having it happen in open court. They can potentially avoid that sort of thing, which is the vibe I get from this, because this didn't happen that long ago. Knowing Tesla, knowing Elon Musk, you'd think it would have been dragged out for a really, really long time.
Tesla is doing an about-face in settling a lawsuit related to a crash that sparked debate about whether its autopilot system is safe.
Maribel Aber joins us live from the NASDAQ with our Market Watch report. Maribel, you know, this is a big issue for a lot of people who drive Tesla, worried about what's...
Sorry, you know what? Fuck this one. I forgot that I thought I took this one out. This one is unnecessary. Fuck you. Okay, let's move on. This is another settlement. Actually, no, I think this was a court order. Wait, was this? I can't remember now. Fucking hell, whatever. We're about to find out. This is from 7 hours ago from Reuters, where Norfolk Southern will pay $600 million for the Ohio derailment in East Palestine.
U.S. railroad operator Norfolk Southern said on Tuesday that it has agreed to pay $600 million to settle a class action lawsuit over the fiery train derailment in East Palestine, Ohio, that spilled toxic chemicals early last year. More than 1 million gallons of hazardous materials and pollutants were released when the train caught fire in February 2023, sparking broader concerns about U.S. rail safety. Norfolk Southern said in a press release that the agreement does not constitute any admission of liability, wrongdoing.
Exactly. This is the kind of legal language used when trying to avoid guilt, and on a broader scale, and thinking that you can take the hit. You can take the $500 million hit, but you can't take everybody who's ever been affected by Norfolk Southern's trains being derailed in their backyard or wherever else, doing something negligent. So yeah, once again, I think this is another example of a company trying to get out of some shit here, but it is at least to some degree positive. However, I would like to see some real legal action against these people, and not be able to get out of shit just by settling in court.
Agreement, which still needs court approval, would cover claims from residents and businesses in the city, as well as surrounding communities that were impacted. The lawyers bringing the action said the agreement will provide compensation for past, present, and future personal injuries resulting from exposure to the chemicals involved, and estimated there are just under 100,000 residents who will be eligible to receive funds from the settlement.
Let me be clear. While there are acts of God
This was an act of greed that was 100% preventable.
U.S. President Joe Biden traveled to East Palestine, Ohio after the disaster. There, he promised that his administration would continue to push Norfolk Southern to remediate damages and support the community.
Okay. Wait, what did you teach BCAT exactly? You only remember Jake from State Farm, but now you're second guessing yourself? What other Jake are we talking about? Okay. Moving on. Back to Elon Musk related shit. This one is deeply, deeply disturbing. Now, we've talked about AI tangentially somewhat, but after this story and some other stuff I've seen recently that we haven't even looked at yet, but didn't seem that important. After watching this story, I now am rethinking some things I've been thinking about AI to some degree here. This is from France 24 English from 8 hours ago. This shit is fucked. Listen to this closely, okay? Musk's ex, Zitter, publishes fake news headline on Iran-Israel generated by its very own AI chatbot, Grok. So just listen to that again, just so that we have it clear in our minds before we move into this very short video. Musk's Zitter, aka X, aka Twitter, publishes a fake news headline on Iran-Israel conflict generated by its very own AI chatbot, Grok. Okay, I think you all heard it, so let's try this. Let's watch this. This is shit is fucked.
Well, let's turn to our daily fact-checking segment now, Truth or Fake. As ever, I'm joined by Catalina Marchand-de Catalina, let's take a look at what is a pretty shocking fake news story that was actually promoted on the main news feed of what was Twitter, now called X. Tell us more.
That's right, Tom. Here's the fake news headline that was in X's trending now section that reads, Iran strikes Tel Aviv with heavy missiles. There's just one problem. This headline is obviously
So, here's the headline. Iran strikes Tel Aviv with heavy missiles. This kind of shit right here is the sort of thing that could genuinely start a all-out war without proper, and how many times have we now seen Israel do stuff militarily without really thinking it through, right? Recently in regard to the WCK, but in many other circumstances. And what if somebody in the military sees that and takes it as fact? Because let's get more into this, and then I'll get even deeper into the situation.
This would certainly be a major concern after Iran threatened Israel last week following the attack on an Iranian consulate in Damascus that Iran says killed 7 of their Revolutionary Guard officers. So where did this fake headline come from? It was actually generated by X's own official...
That screen is fucking sick. I don't know how they figured. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know what they did, but that's freaking cool.
Yeah, a chatbot called a Grok that generates customized news and headlines for X's users based on what's trending, a job that used to be done by humans on X. However, Musk laid off X's human editors and replaced them with his perhaps
80% of Twitter staff cut by Elon Musk. Totally unrelated to this situation where AI has gone wild.
So a trustworthy AI chatbot.
Or is it?
So how was it then that this chatbot with the unusual name Grok was able to create such an impactful headline?
Exactly. How did this happen? This is because this fake news story on Iran started trending on Twitter after blue checkmark accounts with a verification badge. As you can see right here.
Also, I'm just going to point this out because I checked on this. Both of these accounts are still, as of when I found this video, available. They are checkmark. They're good old blue check zitter users. Where is this fucking file? There they are. Okay, so as of when I found this video, so the story had already been released and debunked and covered by a major news outlet. You can see right here, both of these blue check zitter users are still in business, if you will, still on the platform after having spread misinformation of that level. Granted, they weren't the ones who created it. It was Grok. But it's still, it's still the Wild West over there at Zitter. They're just doing whatever now. It used to be a place where you could get important information. And that's one of the huge problems here, right? Where you have someone like Elon Musk who bought it, made it private, using Saudi Arabian funds and some of his own funds, then to recuperate his losses on his bad financial decision, decided to start selling blue checks instead of actually verifying people, slashed all the workers at Zitter, then they, then we've seen the ramifications of this, right? It's been going downhill, and now he's been trying to use AI and Grok to replace humans to be able to do the same shit that humans do, and then this happens, right? Granted, did World War III happen over this? No. But that doesn't mean that other shit like that might not happen because something like that were to occur. It's genuinely scary to me. I don't know if it's scary to anybody else here in chat, but thinking about the fact that Elon Musk, that X still has quite a lot of users on it worldwide, the implications of some of this shit is really, really starting to concern me.
Started promoting and spamming the same copy-paste information about Iran.
Fact is, a ton of right-wingers use Twitter, though, right? And it's not like right-wingers ever, go off the handle and do anything rash.
I don't want reality.
So, maybe you're right. Maybe it's not a problem. Just kidding.
Attacking Israel, claiming breaking. Iran has started attacking against Israel, bombs with heavy missiles going off in Tel Aviv, posting it together with this unverified video. Here you can compare both the same post that was picked up by Grok's algorithm that created an explore page for this fake news story, given its trending potential. And this new Grok feature was actually premiered on April 4th, on the same day that this fake news on X started to go around.
So one day in, and Grok almost causes World War III.
How recent this feature is, there is this notice on the headline, to be fair, is saying Grok is an early feature and can make mistakes, verify the output. So mistakes indeed, this demonstrates the dangerous glitches in AI together with combined with Musk's features on X. Tom.
Yep. Now, Musk has been criticizing AI quite virulently and saying that people aren't being responsible enough, like Sam Altman, who I don't think is being responsible enough. But to say that and then be the guy who orchestrated this fiasco, not a good look. Not a good look, if you ask me. You guarantee me that you'll be eating your words in like 2 weeks. Let's hope. Let's fucking hope not. Honestly, let's hope that bad things happen less. That would be good for me. Honestly, I'd love that. One day, I'm just gonna open up my stream and tell you, no, we're fine. Everything's fixed. We did it. We did it, Chad. We did it. Fuck. Okay. What's next? All right, looking at this situation, which I found kind of, well, is irony the right word in the situation? Well, it's kind of, this is the, I don't have a word for it, but this is the sound of this moment for the owner of the A's. Public funding for A's Stadium in Las Vegas faces strong opposition.
Welcome back. While lawmakers in Nevada seem happy to fork over $380 million in public money to help A's owner John Fisher build a new stadium, a new poll finds a majority of voters in Las Vegas are not happy to do that. KRON 4's Dan Kerman reports.
Last week, the A's were celebrating moving to a minor league ballpark in Sacramento for 3 years until their new Las Vegas stadium is built. The Nevada legislature has already shelled out $380 million in public funds to help build that stadium, but a new poll finds residents of Las Vegas oppose using public money. The Emerson College polling survey asked 500 likely Las Vegas voters.
Okay, let's look at this graph, by the way, because I found this graph to be fucking hilarious, okay? Now, do the math with me here, folks, for a second. Okay, there's 51.6% of people don't agree with giving money to this billionaire who inherited his wealth and then bought a baseball team, then did a bunch of stuff to make people in Oakland angry, and then decided, well, I'm going to leave Oakland because fuck you guys, I'm not getting what I want here, so I'm going to go to Las Vegas. So he goes, new idea, the Galactic news app, funny. I do not have time for that. Or funds. Neither time nor funds to do that. We're going to have to get that's way future. But just to remind you, in fact, you may very well have no idea who John Fisher is. So I'll give you a little hint. John Joseph Fisher here was born on June 1st, 1961 as an American heir. He's the principal owner of the Oakland Athletics of Major League Baseball, San Jose Earthquakes of Major League Soccer, and the Texas Rattlers of the Professional Bull Riders organization. He's a former part owner of the San Francisco Giants, having purchased a stake in the team in 1992. With his father, as part of an investment group formed in an ultimately successful effort to prevent the team from relocating to Tampa Bay, Florida. Part of his early life, Fisher is the son of Doris Feigenbaum Fisher and Don Fisher, the co-founders of Gap, and inherited his fortune from them. That's right, Gap. You know, the place that sells clothes to people who can't figure out which direction to go with their lives. So yeah, he is the multi-billionaire fortune heir to the Gap, the old Gap fortune. And now people don't want to give him money, and it's a shock. I can't understand why anybody wouldn't want to give this guy money. But I would point out to you, I know we've been looking at this graph for a while, but the math doesn't add up, right? He's never going to get to 50%, even if he gets all the unsure people over to his side, right? To the yes column, there will be 48% to 51%. Just doesn't work out. Math is tough, though.
Do you support or oppose the use of public money going towards the construction of a baseball stadium for the Las Vegas A's? While almost 32% supported public funding, nearly 52% opposed it, and more than 16% remain unsure.
Everyone but Nevada politicians and the stadium authorities seem to see through this John Fisher scam that he's got going on.
Alexander Marks is with the Nevada State Education Association's Schools Over Stadiums campaign, which is trying to stop the public funding of that Las Vegas stadium. While those surveyed live in the city of Las Vegas, seen here in yellow, not along the part of the strip where the ballpark will be built, Marks thinks the poll results are significant.
Billionaires like John Fisher don't want this on the ballot. They know that if this is on the ballot, they're going to probably lose. We just saw what happened in Jackson County, Missouri last week. We saw the polling. They can read the tea leaves like everybody else.
It's still unclear if Nevada voters will get a say in the public funding question. On Tuesday, the Nevada Supreme Court will rule as to whether schools over stadiums can move ahead and collect signatures for their ballot measure to put the question on the November ballot.
I hope they manage to get it on the ballot. That's just me. I really do. It's about time we had some regular direct democracy on some things like this, where it's pretty fucking clear people don't want a thing. But when has that ever happened? Public opinion shaping public policy? What? No, it doesn't happen. This is an interesting little thing here, and I could not find, and maybe I'll be able to find it while we look at this. I could not find the figure for the United States. However, my guess is it's much larger than this. I could be wrong, but I have a strong suspicion I am not. This is from CBC News from 13 hours ago. Suspended police officers cost Ontario taxpayers $134 million over the last decade. Suspended police officers, not regular working police officers. People who are on leave because they've been suspended. 134 million.
A new CBC investigation has found that over the past decade, suspended police officers in Ontario have cost taxpayers at least $134 million. Until recently, suspended officers accused of breaking the law or their code of conduct had to be paid a full salary while their case was investigated. That's millions spent for officers to essentially stay at home, and in some cases for years. The CBC senior data journalist Valerie Willette is here with this story. Valerie, the database compiled a lot of these suspensions, hundreds of them. What are the findings?
Well, this is an investigation that was led by my Ottawa colleague Julie Ayrton, and so she started crunching the data, compiling 450 suspension with pay cases over the past decade, after finding out that Ontario is actually the only province that still makes it mandatory for all suspended officers to be paid at their full salary, regardless of the gravity or the severity of the allegations that are.
I just realized what I was even saying just now. For whatever reason, I heard Ontario and I thought all of Canada. But Ontario is just one province. I wonder what the entire country, what the statistics on that is. It must be $500 million. How many provinces are there? Like 8 or 9?
And regardless of the length of time that they will spend paid to stay home, essentially, while their investigation continues. And so we found that most of these officers are suspended, not days, but years. Wow. The median time is 1.5 years, but some officers have been suspended and are still suspended to this day, 7, 8, 9 years. So here's how the data breaks down. So as you can see, these are the biggest police forces in the province, but they are also the most expensive when it comes to the number of suspensions. So we have Toronto Police Service, we have the OPP, and then we have the reason why.
Hold on, let me go back to that graph. Okay, it's a breakdown.
But they are also the most expensive when it comes to the number of suspensions. So we have Toronto Police Service, we have the OPP, and then we have the reason why these officers are actually suspended. You can see here more than 1/3 of these allegations are related to gender-based violence, including sexual harassment and sexual assault allegations. And then finally, we can see what actually happens to these officers after the suspensions are resolved. And you can see that 39% of them are actually back at work.
What has the...
Well, that's what happens when you have police investigate themselves. No problem here. You don't have to answer to anyone.
Action been to these findings? Because I can imagine there has been a lot.
Well, we showed these findings to everyone across the board. So we've had lots of different reactions. When we talk to police unions, they say, well, actually, we need to pay these officers while they're being suspended because due process has to be completed, and unless an officer is convicted of wrongdoing, well, they're entitled to a presumption of innocence. And they say, remember these findings I just showed you about back to work? They say, well, that number actually shows that we have a duty to pay these officers while the process continues, because a lot of them eventually do come back to work.
Oh, we have a duty to pay them. I see. I see. Okay, interesting. Maybe we shouldn't be paying them until after they are unsuspended. That seems to me like a broad brush policy that should exist everywhere. And honestly, this woman is a police researcher. She seems to have a big thing. Like, she's kind of into the police, honestly. That's why she has so many statistics. Anyway, let's move on. We are not moving fast enough right now. According to my plans. This is gonna take a while today. Alright, let's talk some political news. Particularly with Trump here in America before we move on to some other shit. That's a technical term. Shit. This first one I found fascinating and very problematic for poor old Trump there.
Illegal.
This is from CNN from 12 hours ago. If a potential juror answers yes to any of these questions about Trump, they'll be removed from the jury pool.
We'll see if people who already bought shares of this Trump media stock can resist trying to catch a falling knife, as they say.
Oh, catching a falling knife. Shares of Trump media continue to fall.
Oh, wait, what?
The stock was down another 8%.
Oh, fuck it. We'll just continue to watch this. But this is just a quick one. Trump has lost $2 billion now since Truth stock had peaked after first debuting on the stock market.
Yesterday, the stock has wiped out nearly all the gains it posted since it began trading under DJT ticker symbol last month. The company owns the former president's Truth Social, the social media platform. It rocketed higher in late March, which drove the value of Trump's stake in the company to $5.2 billion. With the recent sell-off, that stake is now worth about $2.9 billion. Just last week.
Now, it's entirely possible that, what was that guy's name again? Oh, God. I can't remember the name of the guy that Donald Trump went to. This, shady, well, he's not an actual loan shark, but this guy's like a subprime loan guy who Trump got the money from to pay the the down payment on the decision on the not the hush money case. That's what this one is. It's the one in fucking hell, so many court cases to keep up with. The one in New York. Is it New York? Georgia? Oh, god damn it, I lost it. I think you know what I'm talking about, though. But now, like, my thought is that he may have used his stock as it was, it had just been debuted, right, and or what's it called, IPO'd. The possibility of him using it as collateral in some sort of written agreement between him and this loan guy, very well may have implications with him losing, with the stock itself losing money, as this guy may very well want to pull out of this deal. It'll be funny to see what happens if that becomes the case, since Trump's not giving that money back. Okay, 16 hours ago. Last one on Trump, at least for now. For today. This one, I know technically it's happened before. We just got to listen to this because it happened again 16 hours ago. Trump likens himself to Nelson Mandela ahead of trial.
All right, barring any final Hail Mary or additional legal long shot
which of course can happen, but just stick with me. This morning, Donald Trump is 6 days away from becoming the first former president to go on criminal trial. Overnight, a New York appeals court just rejected his latest bid to...
I'm getting ahead of myself again, aren't I? I did it again, chat. I gotta stop doing this to myself. This is the other one that I said before. Fucking hell. Why am I so shitty? Sorry, chat. This is not the last one. This is a penultimate one. It's the one that I said before this video. This is the one that I honestly I find the funniest out of all, because this is really bad for him in this case. If a potential juror answers yes to this question about Trump, they will be removed from the jury pool. Let's listen in.
All right, barring any final Hail Mary or additional legal long shot, which of course can happen, but just stick with me. This morning, Donald Trump is 6 days away from becoming the first former president to go on criminal trial. Overnight, a New York appeals court just rejected his latest bid to delay or relocate the hush money case, where he's facing 34 charges, which means the trial will start Monday, which means the 2024 presidential race now heads back into a courtroom. Starting next week, Donald Trump will be forced to sit in court 4 days a week as prosecutors try to convince a jury he broke the law when he allegedly falsified business records to cover up hush money payments to Stormy Daniels. The first big question, who will be on the jury for this historic trial? CNN has obtained the jury questionnaire. CNN's Caitlin Polance has much more on this for us. So, Caitlin, what is the potential jury pool going to be asked?
Listen to this.
The jury pool is going to be asked questions about Donald Trump, but it's not just if they've heard of the man. They very likely have. He was the president. They're going to be asked questions if they have some sort of real bias for or against him. Here's some of the questions that the jurors, potential jurors in New York County, are going to be asked. Do you currently follow Donald Trump on any social media site, or have you done so in the past? That's one of the questions. Do you have anyone in your family, any close friends, or have you yourself worked for or volunteered for his presidential campaign, his administration? And then crucially, do you have any strong opinions or firmly held beliefs about former President Donald Trump, or the fact that he is a current candidate for president, that would interfere with your ability to be fair and impartial as a juror?
Oh boy, those are just such great questions. It's a fantastic questions. Questions that I am quite sure are going to be very much determinative in this case, because the fact is, if they weed out everybody who answers yes to those questions, we're going to be left with some pretty sensible people, I would say, most likely. In which case, you'll most likely be. Oh, thank you for all the rockets in chat. Chatty chat. Are you not entertained? But yeah, no, it's just fucking hilarious. Okay, let's just move on. We don't need to see the rest of this, honestly. That's really all we need. Just that one questionnaire. It's just amazing. Now let's listen to Trump likening himself to Nelson Mandela.
Tonight, a Donald Trump comparison that crumbles when confronted with common sense. The former president believes he is being persecuted by prosecutors, and for that reason, he's claiming that there are similarities between Nelson Mandela's plight and his own. Trump wrote this on Truth Social. If this partisan hack wants to put me in the clink for speaking the open and obvious truth, I will gladly become a modern-day Nelson Mandela. Well, for starters,
Well, before we before we let them go, because I'm going to listen to some more of this, because it's kind of a great little interview here. But this shit is fucking hilarious to me. Okay, just to list off some reasons that I can think of before we get into this. Let's see. Donald Trump has never known apartheid. He's never known oppression. He's never been in jail. He's only been persecuted for things that he actually did. Prosecuted, sorry, wrong word. And there's just a litany of things wrong about this whole situation. But let's let them get into it a little bit.
I will gladly become a modern-day Nelson Mandela. Well, for starters, I'm really not sure anyone has asked that of him, but you might also recall that this is not the first time that Trump has made this very comparison.
They hound them and they scare them but we don't get scared. We don't get scared. I'll tell you what, I don't mind being Nelson Mandela because I'm doing it for a reason.
Trump wants to lay claim to Mandela's mantle without actually understanding who Mandela was or the reasons why Mandela suffered.
No kidding.
Let's start with just the circumstances. As they are today, Trump is not a prisoner unless you consider Mar-a-Lago or Bedminster or Seven Springs or Trump Tower or a penthouse suite, very, very expensive luxury cells. Mandela spent 27 years in Robben Island, alone in an 8-by-8 cell. He referred to his incarceration as unpleasant, which is a masterclass in understatement. Life there left Mandela's eyes damaged. It's why he wore sunglasses, and photographers were warned against using flash photography around him. Mandela lived nearly 3 decades there, serving time for high treason, all for protesting the racist apartheid system. Meanwhile, Trump, he's facing 88 counts in 4 separate jurisdictions for trying to steal a presidential election or for trying to buy the silence of Stormy Daniels. Mandela was released in 1990 and he won the presidency in 1994. He was freed, and he freed his nation from institutionalized racism. Meanwhile, Donald Trump wants to win the White House by stoking racial division.
They're poisoning the blood of our country. That's what they've done. They poison mental institutions and prisons all over the world.
Mandela dedicated his life not just...
Okay, hold on. Let's move this forward just a little bit. As they have a couple of people in here to talk more about this.
Raise the prospect that Trump is actually playing into a desire among evangelical Christians to align Donald Trump with their faith.
Yeah, you know, I want to be careful of the assumption of Donald Trump playing four-dimensional chess, because I think the reason he's talking about Nelson Mandela is because he's actually heard of him. Like, I think, like, when he's like trying to think in his mind, like, damn, man, who's in jail? Yeah, who's in jail for a long time? Like, if this Young Thug trial keeps going, he'll start using him. Like, normally when people do things like this, you ask yourself the question, who does he think he is? Who does Donald Trump think he is? And in this case, the question is, who exactly does he think Nelson Mandela is? Because I think the most fascinating part of this is imagining Ronald Reagan spinning around in his grave at the thought that a Republican nominee for president would think that comparing himself to Nelson Mandela, of all people, who Reagan all the way till the end told us was a very, very scary man, would be the person that Trump would associate himself with. He just can't think of anybody else that went to jail for a bad reason that just like registers with people anymore.
I mean, I guess he has a point. I mean, he clearly doesn't know, as we just outlined, what Nelson Mandela is all about. But is this, it's not, I mean, it's certainly not four-dimensional chess, but is this just Trump just reaching for the closest analog as opposed to him trying to actually do something politically?
Well, I don't think he's trying. Well, I mean, yes, he's trying to do something politically, which is appeal to a base and keep them with him.
Okay, we don't need SE Cups analysis here. Be honest, she's not my favorite. Let's listen from here. Sorry, Essie.
The only way that Trump can even have the remote possibility of taking New York is if Bobby is on the ballot. If it's Trump versus Biden, Biden wins. Biden wins 6 days, 7 days a week. With Bobby in the mix, anything can happen. I mean, talk about just putting it all out there, saying the quiet part out loud. Is this just a play to help Trump?
Yeah, like I feel like we generally know that the third-party people know they're not going to win, right? With the exception of maybe Ross Perot in our lifetimes. That's the only time somebody that you really had a realistic possibility this other person could do it. But normally they at least try to masquerade as though there's some larger cause that they're trying to offer. That's not even the game that they seem to be playing here with this one. And that, I find it to be very stunning, right? He's basically Kanye West. what Kanye West was in 2020, where you basically figured out. They think, hey, man, if we could just chip away a little bit at the margins, we might be able to get something done. It's the whole purpose of the reason that they do this.
Kanye's run a little bit.
No, it's giving his
No, I think it's an apt
too much credit to
comparison.
the people that were funding it seem to obviously believe that that was the case,
How is
right?
SC Cup still around? It's a great question.
Kennedy is operating, though, going to it against a bigger base of people that he seems to be trying to appeal to. There's a certain brand of wacko that I think rides along with what it is that he's doing. I've just never seen them tell the world out front and give the game away like that.
But do you really think that?
No, it's totally fair. Okay, we don't need to watch this whole thing. I just found this whole Trump Nelson Mandela thing just too comedic not to spend more time on than maybe is warranted. But you know what? We get to have a little fun sometimes, right, Chad? I get to have fun too, right? Sometimes, once in a while. How far are we in? Oh God, an hour and 45 minutes already. Jesus Christ, Chad. Okay, I might be having too much fun. How far are we in right now? God, really? It's not great. Alright, we better get all the way through this first before I take a break. So, let's get into some environmental related news here. Wait, why is this here? You know, I'm going to skip this one entirely. Just going to remove that one out the list. Okay, moving on. We're just going to watch a little piece of this video from 4 months ago, CBS News. Somehow I missed it, even though I'm constantly going through like environmental videos on my YouTube. Somehow I miss things as it were. This is entitled Arctic Melting Foreshadows America's Climate Future.
The North.
Okay. Let me just get us to a different point here. Right here. Yeah. We're gonna skip ahead again. Sorry, chat. Just want to hit up the important parts here that I thought were good for us to. Okay. Honestly, the place looks pretty sweet, even though it's probably very difficult to live in the middle of nowhere. I don't know why it looks like a place that I would hang out. Start like here once they're actually in the glacier. Here's 8 football fields worth of ice. I keep playing.
Pictures also,
because these photos were taken. Yeah, it certainly does. What else do I want us to look at out of this video? Honestly, I think that's good on that. We're going to move forward here. Since I'm so far behind, it's like an hour 50 in, and we're barely touching on climate already. So far, I mean. Alright, this is from Guardian News from 15 hours ago. Only the beginning, says Greta Thunberg, reacting to court ruling on Swiss climate inaction.
Is a betrayal beyond words, and today's rulings make very clear that the European states have a legal responsibility to take real climate action and to protect people and to protect its citizens. It cannot be a political choice whether to respect human rights or not. And this is only the beginning of climate litigation. All over the world, more and more people are taking their government to court, holding them responsible for their actions. And this the results of this can mean in no way that we lean back. This means that we have to fight even more. The moment to stop panicking was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Because we are in a state of planetary emergency, which endangers people, animals, ecosystems, and entire countries.
Arguably the greatest work of nonfiction of the 20th century.
Okay. We're going to look at one more video about this climate case. Swiss women with climate case at top European court. This is from Reuters. You don't want to do Mad Max? Well, good point. I don't want to either. None of us should.
The European Court of Human Rights ruled in favor of a group of elderly Swiss women on Tuesday who had argued that their government's inadequate efforts to combat climate change put them at risk of dying during heat waves. The verdict, which cannot be appealed, is a potential turning point for climate action. It could compel the Swiss government to take greater action on reducing emissions, like revising Switzerland's 2030 emissions reductions targets to get in line with the Paris Agreement. And
the fact is, like, those images right there, like these images where you can see, like, the, the snow is supposed to be white, right? And whenever it gets dark, brown, gray, it melts faster, and it's bad. Now, some melting, especially during the springtime, is normal, obviously, and summer. But anyway, you fucking know. I'm not gonna explain icebergs to you. Well, not iceberg, glaciers to you.
Like revising Switzerland's 2030 emissions reductions targets to get in line with the Paris Agreement. Anne Mara is the co-president of the group that filed a climate lawsuit.
The ruling today is a historic ruling, and we are really, really happy to have carried this all the way to the European Court of Human Rights. Our country should do what it has not done until now, meaning to take ambitious measures to protect our health and protect the future for all of us.
Court President Siofra O'Leary said the Swiss government had violated the human right to a private and family life by failing to put in place sufficient domestic policies to tackle climate change.
This included a failure to quantify, through a carbon budget or otherwise, national greenhouse gas emissions limitations.
The Swiss government said it will now analyse the ruling and review the measures Switzerland will take in the future. The European Court's ruling, brought by more than 2,000 elderly women, could have a ripple effect across Europe and beyond, setting a precedent for how courts deal with the rising tide of climate litigation. But in a sign of the complexities of climate litigation, the court rejected two similar climate-related cases. The first, brought by 6 Portuguese youth against 32 European governments, and another by the former mayor of a low-lying French coastal town. Climate activist Greta Thunberg attended the hearing in support of the Portuguese group.
And this is only the beginning of climate litigation. All over the world, more and more people are taking their government to court, holding them responsible for their actions.
Okay, cool. Great news. Gotta say, hearing governments actually taking or being taken to court over their allowing bad policies that are endangering human beings is always good in my mind, especially at this moment on environmental things. Hold on, I gotta plug my phone in as it died. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Next video. This is from Global News. The title's pretty funny. Just the way it's phrased. It's from 10 hours ago. Europeans soak up the sun as EU climate agency reports that has been the hottest March on record. How good and great.
The European Union's climate agency says Earth was record hot for the 10th consecutive month in March. Copernicus data released today shows last month averaged 14.14 degrees Celsius. exceeding the previous record from 2016 by 1/10 of a degree.
Now, I don't want
It's
reality.
1.68 degrees Celsius
Science.
warmer than in the late 1800s, the base used for temperatures before the burning of fossil fuels began scaling up. Now, climate scientists attribute most of the record heat to human-caused climate change from carbon dioxide and methane emissions.
2024 już od początku daje o sobie znać jako ten ekstremalnie ciepły. Bo tak naprawdę...
Okay. What is next? Whoa, what is that? Settle down, computer. Don't be acting like that with me. I think I might skip ahead to this video because I'm moving slow as fuck today. We're already at 2 hours. Yeah, let's skip ahead. I'll chat. For me. We'll deal with this stuff later. Maybe we'll do some of this on Sunday, fun day. I don't know. Fuck it. Alright, let's start here. Actually, no, I'll start here. This one is from BBC. Whoops, whoa. Don't do that. Pause yourself. Thank you. This one's from BBC, entitled Climate Change, Uncharted Territory, Fears After Record Hot March. Yeah, I'm also feeling those fears. To some degree. Okay. Play. Go, Eb, go.
European Union scientists say last month was the hottest March ever recorded. New figures from the EU's Copernicus Climate Service extend the world's run of record-breaking air temperatures to 10 consecutive months. The average was 0.1 Celsius above the previous high set in 2016, a significant margin by global standards. Our climate editor Justin Rolat reports.
Last week, the president of Zimbabwe declared a national disaster because of a deep drought in the country. Low rainfall has slashed crop yields, driving up food prices and putting an estimated 2.7 million people at risk of hunger. It is just one example of a pattern of heat and drought affecting countries as far afield as southern Europe and Southeast Asia. This graph shows how March continued the world's run of record-breaking monthly temperatures.
Oh, I hate this graph. 2023 already sucked. Real bad, you know? 2024 is looking like it's going to be literally catastrophic for many parts of the planet. We need to do something about this shit fucking yesterdoodle. By yesterdoodle, I mean right now. Right fucking now.
Extreme heat has got many climate scientists worried.
The reality is that we can quantify a large proportion of the extra heat that's causing these records, but not all of it. So there needs to be a lot more science, and there will be much more science coming out over the next weeks and months to try and understand what's happening to our climate system and are we in a new phase.
Scientists agree what is causing climate change. It is the vast quantities of planet-warming gases humanity has been pumping into the atmosphere. And in recent months, a recurring weather event known as El Nino has been adding an extra blast of heat into the air. That is weakening now, so temperatures should begin to fall back later in the year. The problem is, sea temperatures remain extremely high, hitting many of the world's coral reefs hard. That suggests global temperatures might not fall back as expected, a sign, fear some scientists, that the world could be entering a new phase of more rapid climate change. Justin Rolat, BBC News.
Let's get some.
Okay. Did we get through them all? No, not quite. Well, this isn't climate change. This next stuff is fun environmental related stuff. Actually, it's really space stuff. We're not going to call this environment. This is space stuff, although it's by way of Earth. Am I okay? You did hear a bang. Yeah, I smashed myself. I am okay. Somehow. I'm not sure. Maybe there was like a mosquito on me when I beamed up today, but I just got bit by a mosquito in the space station somehow. Just fucking bullshit. It's fucking bullshit, dog. Okay. Total solar eclipse. North America watches in wonder. Yeah, let's look at this. Some of this footage from the solar eclipse. If you haven't seen any of it yet, well, here you go. Let's watch it together.
Now, millions of people witnessed history yesterday as a total solar eclipse plunged parts of North America into darkness for 4 minutes. As day turned to night, people gathered to watch the phenomenon, and our North America reporter Neda Tawfiq was with them.
Scenes of awe and wonder all along the eclipse's path of totality. Crowds on the beaches of Mexico's west coast were the first to experience the astrological phenomenon as the moon passed in front of the sun, completely blocking its light. Over the next 2.5 hours, cities large and small were plunged into darkness as the great North American eclipse made its way across the United States and Canada. In Russellville, Arkansas, 2 life-changing moments at once as these 300 couples tied the knot in a mass wedding. And living life in the fast lane, these spectators captured it from the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Those who viewed the cosmic event from the natural wonder of Niagara Falls, including this BBC team, had the weather to contend with.
How'd you get all those likes? I did not see that happen. Wow. Yeah, you deserve Jessica. Jessica Fletcher. Incoming. Murder, She Wrote. Come on. There we go. Wait. No. Why are you doing this to me? There we go. Okay, let's keep watching this stuff.
Full day of cloudy skies didn't dampen the mood.
The crowd here is just jubilant and excited, and you can see just how dark it is.
Then a stroke of luck, a break in the clouds.
There it is! Wow, that is spectacular! Oh, wow, that is fabulous. Here we go. It is fully, you can see it fully now.
She's definitely speaking loud enough that everybody down there, I'm pretty sure they can hear her. She's got one of those voices that cuts.
Onlookers said the moment was indescribable.
It was so nice to be connected with so many different people, you know, just humanity watching this kind of amazing natural phenomenon happening. I found it really moving.
It's really one of those things where you hear everyone like gasp and yell, and it's just, it's amazing.
We really wanted to see the total darkness. That was crazy to witness.
The sun's corona and its flares will be studied by NASA. For this astronaut, though, the significance of the eclipse isn't rocket science.
It does make you feel a little bit small. You have these huge heavenly bodies moving through the sky. It does humble a person to think about the majesty of our planets.
If anything puts our place in the universe into perspective, this is it. And it's hard to find something 30 million people can agree on. Neda Tawfiq, BBC.
It's so true. It's so true. Okay, chat. Let's just watch one more on the eclipses. These are a bunch of time-lapse videos put together by Global News, which I found interesting and fun to watch. I just found that really calming. I really loved that video. That's why I decided I'd share it all with you. It's just this uniquely human sort of Earth connection, but with the, with the rest of space. It's just this amazing sort of thing. And what that woman said was completely right. It's very hard to get people to agree on anything and to get everyone to experience something together. I feel like these days is harder and harder. Anyway, chat, it's that time, 2 hours into the stream with a great deal of stuff here to go still. We're going to take a quick break. Well, I hope you're all enjoying the stream so far. I know that I am. If you'd like to help support me do what I do here in the Galactic Space Station, well, you got a few options. First, you can like and or subscribe to my stream. However, if you'd like to go above and beyond, you can become a Galactic patron and help produce the Galactic News Network. By doing so, you can gain access to all sorts of space benefits for just $3 a month by clicking this link in chat. Enjoy this little chill by the pool, space fams. Don't forget, if you are a Patreon member, you can always use that benefit and add your flair to this page. And this one. I forgot it. I'm taking this one down. I don't like the way it is. I don't like the way that one is. Taking it down. Alright, I'll be back. Grab a drink from Cisco, and I will get us back on the journey.
Follow the ridgeway, man.
I see that you know your judo well.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
All right, chat. I am back.
Supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, bitch!
Okay, let's do this. Thank you, Mo. Thank you. Appreciate you. Okay, what do we got first? Alright, staying in North America for now. Let's talk a little bit about Mexico, where things have been, well, popping off slightly. This is from a day ago. I meant to cover this yesterday, but somehow it went into the wrong list. Whatever, let's do it now. Mexican presidential debate. Candidates face off ahead of elections in June. Uh-oh, space cops are coming for me. Watch out, chat. Oh, no. Going after Elon Musk. It's about time.
A lively first debate among presidential hopefuls in the Mexican capital on Sunday. Here, national access to healthcare took center stage.
Our project is to strengthen, from prevention to the most complex care for any health condition, and provide free medication. We have the budget to do it.
Today, 50 million people lack access to healthcare services. The vaccination system has been destroyed. Now only 1 in every 3 children receives complete vaccination. Cancer patients are no longer guaranteed their medication.
Nearly 40% of the population is considered vulnerable because they are unable to consult medical professionals to diagnose, treat, and manage diseases, illnesses, and disorders. And it's not just access challenges. We spoke to one physician who showed us a list of dozens of prescription drugs that are in short supply nationally. He asked us to hide his identity for fear of repercussions, but says that some of these medicines could mean the difference between life and death for tens of thousands of patients.
There are many specific indicators that show the healthcare system is worse off today than it was 6 years ago.
Low-income citizens...
Wait, warn me? Warn me about what? Am I Moonlord? Are you talking about me or are you talking about the actual guy named Moonlord? Did something happen? What did I miss? I think I'm missing something.
Worst affected by drug shortages. People like Jorge Elias, a psychiatric patient who tells us he struggles to fill his prescriptions for anti-anxiety and depression medication.
The desperation, the physical and mental symptoms one experiences are extremely harsh, to the point that if you see medicine anywhere legally, you buy it because the suffering is enormous.
Mexico's healthcare budget has increased in recent years, but despite more spending, the government is failing to meet the needs of millions of patients.
Okay, so yeah, Mexico's having a bit of a problem. Okay. Did I miss something, though? Or were we talking about somebody else? Someone warned Moonlord? Was that a reference to the guy who works on Timcast? Yo, good for Gabby. Good to see you. What's next? Okay, oh, yeah, more Mexican news. Protesters in Mexico set fire to state government building and vehicles. This is from 23 hours ago. Anyway, yeah, it would seem that things are, like I said, getting a little weird in Mexico right now. Hopefully it all ends up well. But okay, I'm not Moonlord. This is good. This is good. Only talking about the person who actually calls themselves Moonlord. Okay, moving on to a few other things here. This is from a day ago. We kind of covered this a day ago as well, but it was a different part of her speech. This is the representative from Malta on the new Security Council members' admission.
I don't know how long it's going to take. After 6 o'clock, though, because of the budgetary measures.
Today is the day of the eclipse.
Yes.
And it's a special day, 99 years after
Yes.
past. So do you think that could be a sign that this time is going to be different about the Palestinians?
Oh my god, this is so quiet.
I'm not a fatalistic person in that way. I mean, we have to do our work with it.
I don't know why the UN is so bad at sound, but it is it is glaringly bad. It's so frustrating. It's in every I don't know about you, chat. You let me know. One's in chat if you think every single UN video we listen to is like super low volume.
Whether there is an eclipse.
Like, I'm just gonna point this out to you. This thing is at max volume right now on this video. You can't quite see it because, well, because Scott Bakula's head is in the way. But believe me, max volume. I'm going to max out the volume on the stream now as well, so hopefully you can hear this, but Jesus Christ, it's so bad.
Responsibility, and it will meet and it will deliberate seriously,
and the US,
irrespective of the meteorological issues.
The U.S. has been fairly clear that it maintains the position that it's had for a fairly long time. Is there any reason to think that it is going to move away?
These are really questions that we need to make to the United States. As I cannot speak on their behalf, really. But the committee will meet, and all the considerations that every council member has will be presented, and they will be discussed, and the committee will strive to reach a consensus.
So the committee hasn't yet reached a consensus. That's at least up to my research, up to the stream, or at least near it. I could not find whether or not they had come to a conclusion, which means that they definitely haven't. Oh shit, I forgot to add. I think there's a live stream on right now at the UN. Maybe hold on, chat. No, you know what? Well, it is kind of really important. Fucking hell. Because it also includes Palestine. They might both be admitted to the United Nations Security Council, which would be huge. To have Palestine represented there. Which is why this Malta thing is more like, because honestly I'd be less interested or concerned about Malta as I am about Palestine. Although I don't fully understand the history of Malta, they don't seem to be dealing with the same sort of stuff right now. You don't have to recognize me as Overlord, that's fine. You can call me Streamy Stream. You can call me Galactic. You could call me that guy. Dude, pal, buddy, friend. Okay, I've run out of nouns. What's next? Oh, okay, this is not laughing matter at all. BBC News from 14 hours ago. Sudan charity MSF urges humanitarian agencies to return to the country. We've been talking about this too much, and still nothing's been done.
The medical charity Médecins Sans Frontières is urging humanitarian organisations to return to Sudan. Many aid agencies left when war broke out a year ago. Since then, more than 12,000 people have died. The conflict started when the head of the Sudanese army and the leader of a powerful rebel group, the RSF, fell out and began fighting for control of the country. Almost 25 million people, that's around half of Sudan's population, are in need of humanitarian support, and more than 8 million have been displaced within Sudan.
Oh, yeah, no, you can absolutely call me Streamy Stream. You wouldn't be the first person to have done it, but I definitely approve.
Two other countries. Mercy Juma has been visiting neighbouring Chad to speak to some of the victims of Sudan's conflict.
On a street.
Oh God, no, BCAT, delete that comment. That is problematic. I do not endorse.
In Sudan, 5 unarmed civilians are threatened by an Arab militia at gunpoint. What happens next is too graphic.
Hey, mixed streamy is fine. That's great too. I like that. That's fun.
To show.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Ahmad is one of the men in the video. Incredibly, he survived the street execution. Like the 30-year-old shows us this exit wound where a bullet ripped through his body after they were shot at point-blank range.
I was hit in the shoulder, and I also had some other wounds. 3 of us survived. We laid down as if we were dead. Then someone told us, anyone who is just injured should get up and run away.
Like so many of the survivors of the Darfur violence, Ahmad now lives here across the border in neighboring Chad. 20 years after accusations of genocide, the memories are still fresh here. And now the UN is opening up a new investigation into the war crimes and ethnic cleansing. The violence continues to spread across Darfur. This group of men were abducted and forced to run to a local airport by the Rapid Support Forces where they were beaten and tortured. Some disappeared, never to be seen again.
Here we have heard story after story of people being killed, kidnapped or abused, targeted, they say, because of their ethnicity. It comes as little surprise that these sorts of allegations and others in the wider Sudan conflict have made the International Criminal Court to say it has grounds to believe that war crimes are being committed.
This is a genocide. It is 100% genocide. If I have as a term to use, I will use. I think some of the international communities, they are silent. They don't react, or they just condemn.
Yep.
But there is no intervention.
Reports of
And I think part of it has to do with, I think, first off, a lot of Americans are, at least sensible Americans, don't want us to intervene unless it's 100% necessary. In fact, some Americans don't want us to intervene ever. I would say that that is a little irresponsible considering the stance we've taken up to this point in the world when it comes to some things like this. But yeah, at this point, I can't remember. What was the number again? The number's too high. There's too many people that are in danger right now in Sudan. It's as many as people as are in Gaza right now, or more. And me, I hate interventions. I fucking fully 100% hate intervention. And do I think we need one right now in Sudan? I'm honestly, I hate to say it, but I like, to some degree, I'm like almost like still on the fence about it because I hate us. I hate how inflated our military budget is. I hate how we go around acting like the police, getting involved in situations we shouldn't get involved in, and it makes me tired of it. Right? Like my knee-jerk reaction is like, fuck the military. But then it's also like saying, fuck the Sudanese people in this particular circumstance. And I have a hard time doing that too. What am I doing now? What? Hitting us with journalism? He refuses to claim as journalism. I'm not journalisming, okay? That is a ridiculous claim. Next, aerial video shows severe flooding in Russia. We've talked about this yesterday. This is just a little, or was it 2 days ago now? Might have been 2 days ago. But this is more footage of that from the air, where many people now have been displaced. Thousands of people, I believe, have now been displaced in Russia from the flooding. You can't be trusted. You can be trusted. Be quiet. You're trusted. Warning thousands of people to leave their homes. They've been in for 70 years. Two major rivers near Orenburg swelled to bursting point because of quickly melting snow across swaths of the Ural Mountains and Siberia. Water submerged houses and residents were rescued in boats. Oh, I just realized what you meant by that, BCat. You didn't mean you as in chat. You meant America. Somehow I didn't put that together, and I'm sorry for that. Yeah. No, yes, thank you. I see that now. Thank you for clearing that up. Yeah, and I didn't, sometimes I don't understand the meaning of chats. I just read them out loud and then respond. And then later I'm like, wait a second. Is that what you meant? So yeah, that shit is unfortunate in Russia, but, it's not the worst thing happening in Russia, if I'm being honest. Although, it is I don't know, why wasn't that in the environmental part? I don't know why. I just saw Russia in the title and I threw it in there. It's an odd thing I've done. Okay, whatever. Moving forward. Let's talk a little bit. We're not going to go through this whole video. It's pretty long. But there's a whole situation that's been happening in South Korea, which I haven't discussed up to this point, but it's been going on, I think, for about 2 or 3 weeks, I think. Involving a Dior handbag given to the First Lady of South Korea. Let's see if we can't at least demystify or unpack some of this here for ourselves.
Al Jazeera Podcast.
Fuck, that's loud. Hold on.
Today, why a Dior bag is at the center of South Korean politics.
Of course, in Korean culture, giving gifts is important. Perhaps not Dior handbags or things worth $2,000.
Will a scandal threaten the ruling party's hold in Wednesday's parliamentary elections? I'm Natasha Del Toro, and this is The Take.
My name is Rafael Rashid. I'm based in Seoul, South Korea, and I've been here for over 12 years. And I'm a freelance journalist.
And as South Korea prepares for Wednesday's parliamentary elections, cost of living is at the top of voters' minds, whether it's over the price of food or a set of scandals over wealth plaguing the ruling party.
You can see campaign posters and banners everywhere, and the news is quite dominated by election coverage, with all the regular political debates and fights.
Amongst the many issues that have in fact come up, food inflation and the high cost of living are set to dominate the agenda.
So I'd say it's a bit of a mix of excitement, anxiety, tension, maybe a desire for change.
So you're in full election swing right now. And as you wait for these elections, there have been some things happening in South Korean politics that might seem a little bit unusual at first glance. We know that there have been some scandals surrounding the First Lady Kim Gon-hee.
South Korea's First Lady is carrying some extra baggage that could threaten her husband's re-election hopes.
She's now being called South Korea's Marie Antoinette, all because of a gift she received.
But before we get into that, maybe you could tell us a little bit about who she is.
So the First Lady, Kim Gon-hee, is somewhat of a, I'd say, controversial figure who has been in the public eye since her husband, Yoon Suk-yeol, entered politics and eventually became president. She initially said that she did not want to be in the limelight and wanted to kind of stay in the background, but it would seem that that has been impossible. And she used to be an art exhibition planner and organizer, and she gained status and wealth through her socio-economic activities by doing this. But
okay. Now, gift giving in South Korean culture is a bit different, especially in politics, and so there's a little bit of complications in terms of the political, or the, what do you want to call it, the sort of translation, the societal translation, if you will, because it is a bit more accepted there. However, with everything that's going on that they were just listing in terms of poverty and inflation and inequality and other things like that happening, it definitely complicates things. Also, there's part of it is that, but certainly not all of it. However, Yoon Suk-yeol, who is her husband and is the current president of South Korea, he is from a very sort of right-wing party of South Korea that has been doing some pretty shitty things to people. He's also been suspended on multiple ethical violations, among other things that are pretty controversial. So it's not just her. Just want to make that clear. People, it's like I would kind of make it analogous to like when Melania would say something vapid and we would all focus on it, right? Because we, not necessarily because we cared about Melania or because we hung on her every word, but it was because she happened to be the first lady and we hated Trump and everything that he stood for, and she just kind of reinforced all that shit with the nonsense things that she did during his presidency. But I think that's the best analogy that I can make. That's enough of that. It's like a 20-minute video. We don't need to get this deep into a purse. I just thought it was interesting as somehow it just keeps coming up. So I started to realize that it was more important than I thought. Because I was like, who gives a fuck about this? This one bag. We've heard about plenty of corruption, but Korea's taking it pretty serious. Let's see here. Oh, good. Finally, we're at this point, are we? Do I have this well set up right now? I don't like the way I've set this up. But actually, no. No, this is fine. This is fine. Yeah, okay. This is from 9 hours ago. Ooh, omelet, cornbread, avocado, coffee. What? And ice cream? Are you a mad woman? Holy shit. And ice cream. And candy. I was fully on board. And honestly, the ice cream sounded pretty... But then you're... And candy. Good God. Good God. This is a strange meal. It really... You're hitting up all angles with this one. Well done. Well done. I'm going to give you this. Little clap. Little golf clap there. Okay. This is from 9 hours ago, Al Jazeera, where David Cameron and Anthony Blinken have met in Washington to discuss Israel's genocide on Gaza. By the way, the title does not say genocide.
U.S. Secretary of State Antony Blinken has called for greater quantities of aid to get into northern Gaza in particular, and these sentiments were echoed by the British as the pair held a joint press conference just a short time ago in Washington, D.C.
We're looking at a number of critical things that need to happen in the coming days, including opening a new northern point of entry for assistance into Gaza, using Ashdod on a regular basis, maximizing the flow of assistance from Jordan.
No, I don't think candy's a food group, BCAT. Or, oh no, sorry. I just saw the wrench, and I assumed that was a BCAT comment. That is my bad. That is my bad. Wow.
Don't be creepy.
You're right. I suck.
As well as putting in place a much more effective deconfliction mechanism with the humanitarian groups that are providing assistance. Just yesterday, more than 400 trucks were cleared to go into Gaza, and that is the most since October 7th at any given day. But what matters is results and sustained results, and this is what we will be looking at very carefully in the days ahead.
We want to see 500 trucks a day. We want to see the water switch back on. We want to see Ashdod and a northern crossing point opened. And crucially, we want to see this deconfliction because
Oh, they want so much stuff. Both of these are using this sort of passive language that we've been talking about this whole time, I feel. And it's very fucking frustrating. Smashed my head into the microphone. That felt good.
aid to Gaza on its own isn't enough. You've got to be able to get aid around Gaza. And as we saw with the tragic killing of the World Central Kitchen workers.
FG, you broke it wide open. You're right. I forgot about that quote from Elf. But now that you've mentioned it, I realize I'm completely in the wrong. And I apologize to you, Gabby, for suggesting that candy isn't a food group. FG's just corrected me, and the correct food groups are candy, candy corn, candy canes, and syrup.
Unless you have that deconfliction, other things like that could happen.
We have Mike Hanna joining us now from Washington, D.C. So, Mike, the two men speaking in Washington just a short time ago, obviously there was a lot of focus on the war on Gaza. What was the takeaway message from that press conference when it came to Gaza and Israel?
Well, the primary message was that both the Secretary of State and the Foreign Secretary are in complete accordance on the situation in Gaza. They are both arguing for more humanitarian aid to go in.
Okay, I think we get it. Let's move forward here. So, got Blinken and Cameron, the two spokespeople for the two countries giving the most aid to Israel right now. Or I think, actually, no, I take it back. I think it's true. I think it is true. That is true. Moving forward, away from those two idiots for just a moment, because we'll be talking about, I think, both of them later, unfortunately. But, let's just talk about this sort of half upbeat-ish kind of story from the Associated Press, where a Lebanese man has set up shelter for dogs left behind during clashes with Israel.
both
البيت وبسبب الظروف اللي عم بيتعرضوا عليها
Due to the Israeli shelling on the southern regions, many
العدو
dogs
الإسرائيلي
are
الكلاب عم تتعرض لتفقد
losing their
البيت
homes,
اللي
suffering from
مربيين فيه
injuries, or lacking
لجروحات
proper nutrition,
لكذا
among
شغلة
other
ما عاد
things.
عم يتأمن لها تغذية مثل ما هي
Therefore, we've
مظبوط
decided to take
فنحن
in every
قررنا
displaced
زيادة
dog,
عن التدريب كل شيء كلب شارد قادرين نساعده
provided them
نجيبه
with medical
نعالجه
treatment and a home to
نأمن
nurture
له
and
بيت
care
يربيه
for.
ويهتم فيه.
So yeah, half upbeat. Not exactly fantastic. The reason for it is fucking shitty, but hey, you can't say I didn't try to at least uplift you momentarily. Speaking of uplifting you momentarily, here's another one. This is something I found interesting. The app helping people boycott brands supporting Israel. Let's take a look at this one. This app is helping people boycott brands believed to be supporting Israel. By providing information on their business activities and connections there. Boycat allows users, I love that name, to find out more about everyday products and offers alternatives to companies it considers pro-Israeli.
So you can basically just take your phone, you can scan a barcode of any item around the world, and it'll tell you what the company is, and if it has any parent companies or subsidiaries that are affected or that are involved with like the pro-Israeli side or pro-Palestinian side. And it allows users to make the decision based on that.
Adil came up with the idea after seeing the atrocities in Gaza.
We've basically been through a month of, atrocities going around, and we were pretty much like we were stuck. Like we couldn't do anything to help out people in Gaza itself. And so what we wanted to do here was really like build something. We just didn't know what, but we wanted to build something that could help people on an individual level.
They launched in January and have 30,000 worldwide. Some of them have been sharing videos of the app in use.
Like that, scan. Give it a second. And it's going to tell you, like, don't use that one. What? Put it back right now. Put it back. Boy, cat.
Adil estimates the app has diverted over $2.5 million in funds away from what it calls anti-Palestinian companies. This is great.
Our goal here was not to ruin a company, but rather hold them accountable. Because if a large chunk of their customers have a certain belief and they want to purchase in a very ethical manner, those companies should be held accountable and reflect the views of their customers. Or the customers can go find some alternative item, which is what we're basically trying to work towards.
Hell yeah. Adil hopes the app will continue to put pressure on businesses.
We're going to be able to create a platform that allows us to prevent these type of atrocities in the future. We are breaking the illusion of choice in consumerism.
Okay. Well, on to some less fun and or uplifting stories. Oh wait, no, I take it back. I have one more. I take it back, Jeff. Oh, thank God. Oh, I have one more left. Oh, it makes me so happy. The rest of these, most of these suck. Most of these suck real bad. How am I going to finish this stream today? How are we? Oh my God. Oh my fucking God. We have, just for context, chat, I put 60 videos in this playlist today before I started going through it. Granted, I removed 5, got it down to a nice even 55. Yeah, we are I mean, we're making progress. Am I going to say we're not making? No, we've made progress, but we still got more to go. So I still hope you have those seatbelts fastened. We got more shit to look at. Democracy Now! 12 hours ago. Empty words. Kenneth Roth on Biden's criticism of Israel while U.S. keeps weapons flowing.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue on Gaza, lawyers representing Germany at the International Court of Justice delivered their concluding remarks at The Hague today in a case brought by Nicaragua, which has accused Germany of facilitating the commission of genocide in Gaza by providing military and financial aid to Israel. Nicaragua's asked the UN's top court for emergency measures, ordering the German government to halt its support to Israel. Germany is Israel's second largest arms supplier after the U.S. In 2023, Germany approved arms exports to Israel valued at over $353 million, roughly 10 times the sum approved the previous year. For more, we're joined by Kenneth Roth, visiting professor.
Wait a second. Sorry, chat. I just realized something. We skipped a video. How do we skip a video? I fucked up. Hold on, chat. Hold on. We just got deep into this too. Son of a bitch. How am I not seeing this? Where did it get removed? This video get removed? Hold on, chat. Sorry. Hold on. I gotta. Hold on. Oh! What? Tell me this guy. Oh, fuck off. Fucketh offeth. Are you gonna get homework? That was funny. That was a good one. That was a good one, God Dogs. Pause. What in the fuck is going on here? Oh no. You're kidding me. What happened? Why is this not... Where did it go? Sorry, chat. I gotta figure something out. I gotta see if this... Was this fake news? Tell me this was fake news. Hold on. I gotta search this term. Oh, this is annoying. Oh, God. TRT World just took this down. This might have been fake news. I'm not even gonna talk about it. And I already refreshed this page, so I lost the title. So I will deal with this later. Damn. Oh, wait. What? No, here it is. Wait. Here it is. Am I just looking at the wrong place? Oh, I'm an idiot, chat. I'm an idiot. I was looking at the wrong plot. Wow. I am good. I am good. Somehow I scrolled down too far on this one. Oh, chat. Sometimes I do silly things. Okay. Well, it's because David Cameron. I don't talk about David Cameron that much, but his name shows up in multiple videos here. That's what threw me off. I see what happened. Got ahead of myself. We have a positive video later, so I spoilered it. Now I'm basically edging you on a positive video that we have to watch for later. And he said unto them, "Fucketh offeth." That
Jesus, I say that.
Not true, Amarosa. I have the Bible right here, I swear to God. Okay. So yeah, we're gonna watch this Democracy Now! Video that we just started watching and stopped, and I paused for no legitimate reason.
This is Democracy Now! I'm Amy Goodman with Juan Gonzalez. As we continue on Gaza, lawyers representing Germany at the International Court of Justice delivered their concluding remarks at The Hague today in a case brought by Nicaragua, which has accused Germany of facilitating the commission of genocide in Gaza by providing military and financial aid to Israel. Nicaragua's asked the UN's top court for emergency measures, ordering the German government to halt its support to Israel. Germany is Israel's second largest arms supplier after the U.S. In 2023, Germany approved arms exports to Israel valued at over $353 million, roughly 10 times the sum approved the previous year. For more, we're joined by Kenneth Roth, visiting professor at the Princeton School of Public and International Affairs, served for nearly 30 years as the executive director of Human Rights Watch. He's joining us now in New York. Welcome back to Democracy Now!, Ken. It's great to have you with us. Can you explain why Nicaragua is simply taking on Germany and the significance of this case, another case being brought to the UN's top court?
Obviously, the United States would have been the ideal target. The U.S. is the principal armor of the Israeli military. But the U.S. has a much more limited acceptance of the jurisdiction of the International Court of Justice. It basically has to consent to every suit, and it was not going to consent to this suit. Germany has a much more open-ended acceptance of the jurisdiction, so Germany being the second largest armor of the Israeli military, it was the target. Now, in terms of the significance, the court has already found that this is a plausible case of genocide. And Nicaragua is saying, Germany, you are arming potential genocide. They also have added that Germany is arming actual war crimes, violations of international humanitarian law, which it clearly is. Now, there is a precedent for this. If you remember back to Charles Taylor, the former president of Liberia, he was convicted of aiding and abetting war crimes in neighboring Sierra Leone, and is actually currently serving a 50-year prison term in Britain for that crime. So,
yeah, that for me, that example is just so good. And the thing is that I will be very, very surprised if anybody who funded Israel with weapons, any countries, wind up actually at The Hague. Although, wait, I take that back. You know what? I take that back, chat. But it is, it'll be interesting to see what I guess I'm saying is I'll be shocked to see anybody actually going to jail for any period of time for giving Israel. Now, maybe I'm just being pessimist, But that's just kind of where I'm at. Let's watch a little bit more of this and move on.
International Court of Justice is
I'm kicking ass at doing journalism, but you're not calling me overlord. Are you kink shaming me right now? Oh, it's hurtful.
Civil court, it's not a criminal court. But Nicaragua is basically pursuing the same theory, saying, this is at least war crimes, it's plausible genocide, you're arming it, that's aiding and abetting, you should stop. That's the...
Yeah, well, yeah, absolutely obsessive. One of the main reasons with my skepticism is the fact that the U.S. hasn't fully signed on to the international criminal justice system.
This is the case.
I wanted to...
It's funny, it doesn't work that way in life unless you're a full-ass country, Like, I dare you to go... No, actually, I take this back. Don't do this. Let's do a little thought experiment, chat. Okay? Thought experiment time. Big ideas. Big ideas.
This is from 12 Rules for Life.
Let's do a little thought experiment. You commit a crime, right? Then you are arrested in the commission of that crime. It's completely obvious that you're guilty. And in fact, it's so obvious you just admit to the crime, ignoring your Miranda rights and your right to not self-incriminate. Fifth Amendment. And then say, well, I didn't sign on to this justice system. Okay? Nobody asked me before I committed that crime whether or not I was on board with this whole thing, and I am not. So, I'll catch you all later. See how that goes. See if they try and stop you from leaving. Anyway, but remember, this was a thought experiment. Who's saying that I should? No, FG. That is not. I do not endorse. I do not endorse. First off, it's a terrible plan. But beyond that, for other reasons, I do not endorse. It will not go well. I can tell you this with 100% accuracy. Okay, David Cameron confirms no change to UK arms exports to Israel. Guardian News from 10 hours ago. Well, they're going to keep giving bombs over to Israel, so let's hear them say it.
The latest assessment leaves our position on export licenses unchanged. This is consistent with the advice that I and other ministers have received, and as ever, we will keep the position under review. Let me be clear, though, we continue to have grave concerns around the humanitarian access issue in Gaza, both for the period that was assessed.
Exactly, FG. It's the sovereign citizen defense. I don't recognize your country.
And subsequently, we've seen a welcome increase in trucks with, as Tony said, perhaps as many as 400 going in yesterday, the highest since October the 7th, and of course public commitments from Israel to flood Gaza with aid. These now need to be turned into reality. Our position is in line with our international partners. So far, no like-minded countries have taken the decision to suspend.
Fuck you, David. Okay? Go fuck yourself, pal. Why do you think it's gonna work? I have no idea, Gabby. I feel like it's just sort of an inflated self entitlement sort of a thing. It's advanced Karening, right? It's like Karening if Karens like did a little bit of reading, right? Like watched a couple of YouTube vids and got, started feeling real good about themselves. Okay, what's next? What is next? After David, there it is. Gaza. Okay. Global news from a day ago. Gaza crisis. Germany accused of enabling Israeli act of genocide. This is why I amended that sentence before, because I spoke too soon. Germany is being brought to the ICJ.
This is what many residents of Khan Yunis have returned to: rubble and the smell of death from the bodies lying underneath. A city now unrecognizable following the withdrawal of Israeli troops from much of southern Gaza. Ibrahim al-Najjar says his home is the best place in the world, even if it's just dust. I lived here and I'll die here, he says. Palestinian officials say they have recovered more than 60 bodies from the ruins so far. Human rights groups say Israel has failed to fulfill January's International Court of Justice recommendation to prevent a genocide in Gaza. Allegations Israel strongly rejects. On Monday, another ICJ case related to Gaza, not against Israel, but against Germany.
Germany is failing to honor its own obligation to prevent genocide or to ensure respect of international humanitarian law.
Nicaragua launching its case at the UN's top court, accusing Germany of breaching the Genocide Convention by supporting Israel's war.
The Palestinian people that is being subjected to one of the most destructive military actions in modern history.
Over the past 5 years, Germany has supplied almost 1/3 of Israel's arms imports, second only to the US. The legacy of
which obviously doesn't include the UK, as they're not in the EU. Oh wait, I thought that was the end of it. Whoops.
Holocaust remains a driving force behind Germany's staunch support of Israel. Nicaragua wants the court to force Germany to stop supplying arms to Israel and to resume its funding for the UN's Palestinian Refugee Agency.
First.
Okay, moving on. You're 2 hours behind. That's not good. I don't think you're ever going to catch up. This is from 6 hours ago. What the next U.S. defense budget could look like. It's from 13 News Now. Wait, what? No, I got ahead of myself. Wait, what? Wait, I got ahead of myself, chat. This is not that. Take it all back. Rewind. Need to wear my glasses. TRT World. This is the video that is uplifting that I had been edging you on for the last 3 videos or so. Turkey is the first country to impose an export restriction on Israel.
A stark message by Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan on the eve of the Eid al-Fitr, reiterating Ankara's firm support for Palestinians, welcoming the Holy Muslim festival under dire humanitarian conditions.
As Turkey, we have shown that we stand by the Palestinian people in these difficult days, with a total of more than 45,000 tons of aid we have shipped to the region so far. We will continue our support until the bloodshed in Gaza stops and our Palestinian brothers and sisters have a free Palestinian state with East Jerusalem as its capital on the basis of the 1967 borders.
The message comes as Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan announces on Monday a new set of measures against Israel after it blocked Turkey's humanitarian aid initiative to Gaza.
Deniz ve hava yoluyla humanitarian aid has been delivered to Gaza by parachutes from Jordan for a long time. We also conveyed our request to be involved in this humanitarian aid operation with our aircraft. Today, we learned that our request, which was positively received by the Jordanian authorities, was rejected by Israel. There can be no excuse for Israel to block our attempt to provide air assistance to Gazans struggling with hunger. In the face of this situation, we have also decided to take a number of new measures against Israel.
Fidan says the measures will be implemented step by step with different Turkish institutions until a ceasefire is in place. The Turkish Trade Ministry is to first impose restrictions against Israel. In a statement,
we're just gonna watch this whole thing.
the ministry said as from April 9, 2024, Turkey has decided to restrict the export of products to Israel. This will be implemented immediately. This decision will remain in effect until Israel, within the framework of its obligations to international law, declares an immediate ceasefire and allows a sufficient and uninterrupted flow of humanitarian aid to the Gaza Strip. Restricted exports are industrial raw materials such as cement, steel, iron, including aviation and jet fuel. Ankara's latest move comes at a time when both international and domestic pressure mount on Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu with
Okay, that's good enough. But it's a fantastic freaking step right now that I am super on board with. It's about time that at least one country stepped up and said, hey, we're going to stop sending stuff to Israel now. That's about it for us. I assumed it would start happening months ago, but baby steps, I guess. Right, chat? Okay. This next one is fucking ridiculous. These next two are pretty ridiculous, honestly. They're both from, what's his name, Lloyd Austin? What's the defense secretary's name again? God damn it. I don't think it's Lloyd Austin. Ugh, son of a bitch. Google. Oh, I was right. It is Lloyd Austin. Huh. Okay, I know some stuff. So yeah, this first video I think is it's hard to quantify, but I'm gonna go out on the limb and say this first one is more frustrating than the second by a margin. I'm not gonna attempt to put a number on, but this first one's from Guardian News from 8 hours ago, where Lloyd Austin is quoted as saying, "No evidence, quote unquote, of Gaza genocide following protests in the Senate."
We are conducting a hearing, and we will do so. We are...
You wish that Turkey wasn't preventing aid from getting to Ukraine this whole time for the last year or whatever. I think it's been longer than that, actually. But yeah, me too. But honestly, even without that, I'd still be pretty skeptical on Erdogan, if you asked me. Although I gotta say, I mean, I'm willing to give them credit for doing a good thing while criticizing them for other things.
Address what the protesters raised earlier. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza?
Awkward. Let's listen to that again. That pause is pretty intense.
Education, climate, stop funding the genocide in Gaza.
Address what the protesters raised earlier. Is Israel committing genocide in Gaza?
Senator Cotton, we don't have any evidence of genocide.
Oh, you don't?
So that's a no.
Weird.
Israel's not committing genocide in Gaza.
Super weird.
Thank you. Better than Director Burns and Director Haynes did last
Now,
year.
I don't want
last month
reality.
at the Intelligence Committee when they dodged that question. You stand accused by those protesters of greenlighting genocide. Would you like to respond to that accusation?
What I would say, Senator Cotton, from the very beginning is that we committed to help.
You committed to helping genocide?
Assist Israel in defending its territory and its people.
Not going to do it. Wouldn't be prudent at this juncture.
I would remind everybody that, what happened on October 7th was absolutely horrible.
Don't be creepy.
Okay.
It's a bold strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
Okay, let's see this next video. Fuck this guy and everything he just said, which was factually inaccurate gaslighting of the American people and the rest of the world. Let's watch this next video where they discuss what the next U.S. defense budget could look like. All right, Lloyd. What else you got for us, pal?
Mere weeks after finally passing the fiscal year 24 defense budget, 5.5 months late, Congress has begun work on next year's military spending package. Today, Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said that President Biden's $850 billion defense budget will keep the nation safe by readying forces and weapons for a potential future conflict with China. He highlighted the quality of life improvements that the budget will fund.
This budget request will support our outstanding troops and their families. And that includes raising base pay and housing allowances, investing in better housing, and making child care more accessible and more affordable. The request will also fund vital work to prevent sexual assault and suicide in the military.
I love how, like, I think partly the reason I wanted to watch this one is because of the way that 13 decided to like, it was a super long, like, a hearing, right? It was over at least an hour, and they cherry picked this one part where he said a few good things about what the military is planning on doing with that money. I'm going to point this out. The rest of the list is fucking terrible. And that the rest of that list entails literally hundreds of billions of dollars worth of taxpayer money. Okay, moving on. Fuck you, Lloyd. What's next? Oh, okay. Now we're at this point. Fantastic. Oh, I'm so glad. We investigated ourselves and we found no evidence of wrongdoing. So true.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Fucking hell, chat. How are we this far in? Okay, honestly, we're doing kind of okay. We're starting to get through stuff, okay, but then we're going to have the end is going to take a little bit today. As I'm, I haven't even mentioned this yet, but I have a final video today. I'm going to tell you what we have. I'm going to tell you right now, chat, just because you're all here still. Our final video, and this is not where we've got a bunch of other stuff to do first, but our final video is, well, Piers Morgan happened to get Norm Finkelstein and Alan Dershey on for a second round. So we're going to watch that debate. It just came out yesterday. It's more of a yelling, but there's some amount of non-yelling, but anyway, let's move on. Associated Press from 17 hours ago. This city is useless, quote unquote. Palestinians find Khan Yunis in ruins after Israeli withdrawal. Great, yay. I can hear. I feel like I can hear the sarcasm in your text, right there, Gabby, and I'm sorry for that. You know, I'm not the one. You know, I'm not Piers Morgan. I didn't invite Dersh and Fink on. You know, just for the clicks. Okay, but we are gonna watch it.
ما كانتش هيك يا عم خانونس. دمار كله دمار يعني ما فيش حاجة صالحة للسكن. لو رجعنا مثلا غاب البلد على الفاضي. على الفاضي لا شيء يصلح للسكن. على الفاضي دمار. لسه نضلنا في الخيام أحسن.
There's nothing habitable if we return. The city is useless. Sorry, I just realized. The city is nothing is suitable for habitation. Staying in tents is better than returning to our homes. The houses are all destroyed. No home, no electricity, no water. There's nothing. Khan Yunis is all complete destruction. It is ridiculous. I know this is in bad taste. This is in like really bad taste, chat, so just get ready for this one. But honestly, if Hollywood wants to remake Book of Eli, they gotta. All right, I'm not even gonna finish that joke. Anyway, Gaza is unlike anything I've ever seen, says NGO head / ex CNN journalist Arwa Damon. This is Democracy Now! From 13 hours ago.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, the War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman in New York, joined by Democracy Now! Co-host Juan Gonzalez in Chicago. Hi, Juan.
Hi, Amy, and welcome to all of our listeners and viewers across the country and around the world.
Israeli warplanes bombed areas across northern Gaza today, while ground troops conducted raids as the assault on the territory entered its 7th month. Forensic experts from Gaza's health ministry are still removing bodies from the yard of Shifa Hospital, once the largest medical facility in Gaza, that was burned down and destroyed by Israeli forces. Health officials say the number of dead following Israel's raid on Shifa is still not known, but is in the hundreds. Meanwhile, in the south, Palestinians who tried to return to Khan Yunis, Gaza's second largest city, following the withdrawal of Israeli troops Sunday, say it is now unlivable. An estimated 55% of the buildings in the Khan Yunis area, around 45,000 buildings, have been destroyed or damaged, according to 2 mapping experts at City University of New York and Oregon State University, who've been using satellite imagery to track destruction. This comes as Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has escalated his pledge to invade Rafah, where more than 1.4 million Palestinians, well over half of Gaza's population, are sheltering. In a video statement Monday, Netanyahu said, quote, "It'll happen. There's a date," he said, without elaborating. He spoke as Israeli negotiators were in Cairo discussing international efforts to broker a ceasefire deal with Hamas. The official death toll has now topped 33,300, including over 14,000 children. That number does not include thousands missing under the rubble and presumed dead. Nearly 76,000 people have been wounded. Israel's been accused of using starvation as a weapon of war in Gaza, where the spread of hunger and malnutrition has been described as unprecedented, with famine setting in. For more, we're joined by Arwa Damon. She just returned yesterday from a humanitarian trip to Gaza. She's an award-winning journalist and the founder of INARA, the International Network for Aid, Relief, and Assistance, a nonprofit currently providing medical and mental health care to children in Gaza. Arwa Damon is also a non-resident senior fellow at the Atlantic Council. She's previously spent 18 years at CNN, including as a senior international correspondent. Arwa Damon joins us now from Istanbul, Turkey. Welcome to Democracy Now!, Arwa. Can you start off by talking about what you saw in Gaza and what you think needs to be done?
You know, on the one hand, that would seem like a simple question, and yet on the other hand, it's so extraordinarily difficult to actually put what I witnessed into words. In fact, Gazans themselves can't actually grasp the fact that this has become their reality. In Rafah, in this southern area of Gaza, where you have a crush of about 1.5 million people, it feels as if you're moving through a sea of misery. There is no empty space left. Tents are spilling out of both UN shelters and other makeshift shelters that have emerged. They're spilling out onto the sidewalks. There's stalls that have been set up. The movement of people clogs the streets. You have people having to move around on donkey carts because there's not enough fuel or diesel to power vehicles. And then you just have the sheer need of this entire mass of humanity that is, to a certain degree, feels as if it's absolutely suffocating because they need everything. They are reliant on others for just about everything, from food to water to medicine to baby formula to diapers. We stepped out in this one area called Moasi, which is sort of
Jesus Christ.
Beachfront. And there it's just tent after tent after tent in the sand. There's no sewage systems, and so sewage is sort of running along these makeshift canals. There's no proper toilets. There's no nothing. And all of the mothers there are just shoving these emaciated babies at you, you know, begging for proper formula, begging for proper care. They're begging for medicine for children who are epileptic. You walk into a tent, and with each step your foot takes, a cloud of mosquitoes and flies just swarms up. I mean, it's inexplicable.
Okay, there's like 15 minutes more of that, and honestly, it's probably worth a watch. But you only have so much time, and I think she said it all. I mean, not all, but I mean the necessary stuff for me to make this point, at least. This woman here, Arwa Damon, is the head of the International Network for Aid, Relief, and Assistance, which, if you can't tell by the name, is an international NGO. And so, you know, she, not only that, but she was a what do you call it, like an international correspondent who like covered war and all sorts of other things. She's seen some shit, is my point, and yet her description of this is so, you can hear it in her choice of words, right, where she sounds utterly perplexed and just horrified by what's happening, and like unable to even like comprehend, I think, with a lot of us, like the absolute horrors that we're witnessing. And that's coming from somebody whose literal job for the last, I don't know exactly how many years, but from what it sounds like, at least 15 to maybe a couple of decades or so. Unfortunately, I don't have her information directly in front of me right now. But yeah, okay, let's push forward here. Got a few more videos until we hit the Dersh Finkelstein debate. This next one's from 8 hours ago. Khan Yunis destroyed beyond recognition. We've seen a lot of this footage, but I just feel like we got to keep pushing this home. There's nothing left.
We're currently in Abasan, in the city of Khan Yunis. The destruction is massive. We have been talking to people and we have been going to them with them to their houses. They're saying that there is nothing left. And the only reason why people are not going back to their houses is for two main reasons. The first reason is there's no infrastructure, there's no electricity, and there's no water. Like, even if they want to put and set up their tent here, everywhere is rubble and rocks, and it needs very big and huge equipments to clean up the area for them to put their tents. And the second thing is that they do.
Am I crazy, or is this girl like 15 or something? Jesus Christ. Israel's killed some more journalists. They have kids left now, huh?
Not trust the Israeli forces to invade Khan Yunis once again, just like they did in the north of the Gaza city in Gaza, where they stormed Al-Shifa hospital after they withdrew from the area. As you see, people are coming back, trying to take whatever is left from their houses.
That shit was super weird. That's like one of the only, like, and I struggled to call that a car, but it's like one of the only non-carts that I've seen. I think we saw a video of somebody on a motorcycle recently, but you like never see Palestinians traveling in vehicles. This shit is nuts. I think I just noticed it because like we watched so much of this footage and we just never see that. Like, it just really stuck out to me.
Some linens, some blankets. As you see, the streets are completely demolished. The infrastructure have been severely damaged, and everyone is telling us they do not recognize their houses. They do not recognize their areas where these neighborhoods have been completely bombed and like flattened to the ground. The people and the residents of Khan Yunis are all very frustrated. They're all very depressed from the amount of destruction in their city. They're saying that they can't go back to their houses because there's simply no houses. If the house was not bombed, it's burned. If it's not burned, it's partially damaged. And despite the Israelis' withdrawal from this area, they're still homeless and displaced.
Shit is so fucking frustrating. It needs to end. It needed to end months ago, and now it couldn't be more serious. Moving on, I guess. Alright, Netanyahu vows to carry out Rafah invasion 19 hours ago from Associated Press. He says, quote unquote, there is a date, without actually giving one.
קיבלתי היום דיווח מפורט על השיחות בקהיר. אנחנו פועלים כל הזמן להשגת מטרותינו, ובראשם שחרור כל חטופינו.
We are working all the time to achieve our goals, primarily the release of our hostages and achieving a complete victory over Hamas. This victory requires entry into Rafah and the elimination of the terrorist battalions there. It will happen. There is a date. Okay, great, pal. Moving on, we're not even going to switch frames. Netanyahu says Israel will complete the elimination of Hamas. Yep. There is no force in the world that will stop us. There are many factors, but it will not help, because this enemy, after he is done, will not do it again. Fuck this guy. This guy should be in The Hague. No, I don't think it's lost on anybody. I think you're all right. Oh, what's next? What's next? Oh, this one is a frustrating one. Like I've been saying, we've got a bunch of those. Truce talks deadlocked as Netanyahu sets date for Rafah invasion.
Silence in Deir al-Balah in the Gaza Strip. at the funeral for a chief of the Maghazi refugee camp. As talks for a ceasefire hang in the balance, Palestinians bury more of their dead.
Israel committed a crime with the killing of Al-Maghazi chief Hatem al-Ghamri. He is known as a civilian, a municipal head who provided services since the start of this war, this genocide against civilians.
Israel said the airstrike that killed these people was targeting Hamas operatives, describing it as an assassination. Days after withdrawing its troops from Gaza's south, Israel's military is now preparing for an even bigger offensive.
We will complete the elimination of Hamas brigades, including in Rafah. There is no force in the world that will stop us. There are many forces that are trying to do so, but it will not help.
The threat has sparked international outcry as countries and international organizations warn that any operation in Rafah is likely to result in scores of civilian deaths. The vast majority of Gaza's population have fled to the Egyptian border point, trying to escape Israel's relentless assault on the tiny enclave.
We have made clear to Israel that we think a full-scale military invasion of Rafah would have an enormously harmful effect on those civilians, and that it would ultimately hurt Israel's security.
Meanwhile, concern is growing too over humanitarian access to Gaza. Convoys arrived in Rafah early Tuesday in slightly higher numbers than before, but still well below what's been demanded by foreign countries and international organizations.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I know I got a little optimistic before about those talks, and I'm sorry for that, chat. I really am. I was hopeful. I was genuinely hopeful. So that's just, you know, me being an optimist. But unfortunately, proven wrong in this situation, where it seems like Israel's just intent on not listening or doing any sort of negotiating with anybody and just kinda doing whatever the fuck they want, which includes a full-on genocide and ethnic cleansing. Israel has also, as of 8 hours ago, been seen amassing troops near the Gaza border. So let's look at this bullshit. Looks like they're having a grand old time. Gotta prep for the genocide. Oh, I forgot about that. Go back. See this right here? This is disgusting. Food on the road outside of Gaza is maybe one of the most depressing images possible, and I feel like that's saying a lot. God damn it, why are you gonna do that to me? Okay. No, seriously, like, I don't know about you, but that is a very frustrating image. Can I get back to it? Not to intentionally frustrate you, but just because it infuriates me to no end. I like to torture myself. Let's do this again. Food outside of Gaza. On the ground. Cool.
If you lock...
Well, you've heard it now twice. The opening to this video. So I guess we might as well just go straight into it, huh, chat? Israel Hamas. Norman Finkelstein versus Alan Dershowitz. Round 2 on Piers Morgan Uncensored.
Million people in a concentration camp don't react with shock at what happened on October 7th.
Are they war crimes?
Ultimately, they're not war crimes at all. We're not letting you impose a double standard on me. No, I'm going to finish my statement. It's an abomination to even suggest that martyrdom could justify what happened on October 7th. Shame.
This is
Jewish
pure science fiction, which everybody's listening now. Piers Morgan has a very large audience. Piers, please tell him to stop.
The issue of settlements, I think, is pretty much indefensible.
There's only one international legal body that says the block.
All right, hold on. I'm gonna get us ahead here. I just wanted to get us ready, get us going here. Shit. Go back. No, don't you? Oh, God damn it. Hold on, chat. This thing's being a dick to me right now. There you go.
This because it's something that comes up all the time. But people say to me, it didn't start on October the 7th. And of course, I realize that the conflict between Israel and the Palestinians is not something that began just a few months ago. And you could argue it goes back thousands of years, but I'm not going to get into that part of the argument. What I want to do is take as a starting point for the modern era of conflict, 75 years of 1947, when the UK turned the Palestine problem over to the United Nations, who decided to split Palestine into two different countries. Let's take that as the catalyst for what has followed in the next 75 years. And what
I just remember that I listened to this at 2x. I'm not gonna subject you guys to this interview at 1x. Let's go to 1.5.
Let's give each of you, at the start, 2 minutes or so, to just outline what you think happened at the start that has basically been the catalyst for what follows. So Norman Finkelstein, let me start with you. Just outline, from 1947, what happened then that you believe created really the problem that followed.
I think the problem that followed can be very easily summarized by two statements of the chief Israeli historian, Benny Morris. Statement number one, he said in his comprehensive history of the conflict, he states, one, that the fear of Arab displacement and dispossession was the chief motor of Arab resistance to Zionism. His second statement is the idea of transfer, which is what the euphemism for expulsion, the idea of transfer was inbuilt and inevitable in Zionism. That to me is the starting point. The fear, the rational fear of the Palestinian people that should the Zionist idea be realized, it would result in their territorial dispossession and displacement. It's no different than the fear of our own, meaning the US, Native Americans, that the success of the Euro-American enterprise in the United States would be at the expense of our native population. The fear, the rational fear of territorial displacement and dispossession.
Okay, that's very clear. Alan Dershowitz, would you actually disagree with that in terms of an assessment of how this made Palestinians feel? And were they wrong to feel it?
I wouldn't yes, and yes, they felt it and they were wrong to feel it. I have to go back to earlier, 1947, 48.
They were wrong to
like
feel
Great
it.
Britain, it recommended dividing the mandate into a tiny little sliver of land along the Mediterranean for a Jewish state.
All right,
where there
hold
was
on.
a Jewish.
Just because he literally just lies for most of this, because that's kind of what Dershowitz does. We're gonna push it forward because fuck you. And just so that you know, what happens during this next whatever 5-6 minutes here, it's just Dershowitz saying lies until eventually Piers Morgan here eventually interrupts him, I believe.
The Gaza Strip in 2005.
Whoopsies.
Took out not only every
Why am I on this
person, but
screen?
every
What the
dead
fuck
person
is
who was
going
buried,
on?
left behind
What just
hothouses and
happened? How did that
agricultural
happen,
equipment.
chat? I'm
Yes,
so
they
sorry.
had to protect their borders, and they only had the blockade, the major blockade, after Hamas took over in the
We're getting a little bit.
from
I
the
want to stop you
Palestinian
there just 'cause
Authority.
we're getting a little bit ahead of where I want to get to at the start of this debate. You've outlined your response to what Norman said there. Norman, in 1948, we had the NABCA, the catastrophe, as Palestinians call it. It's because the UN couldn't get people to agree to the proposal. Israel declared itself a state. War broke out. Israel gained more land. I think this is uncontestable than the UN originally assigned, and many Palestinians were forced out of their homes. It's also true that at the same time, many Israelis were forced out of, or many Jewish people were forced out of their homes in Arab countries. So there was a lot of displacement going on on both sides. And I would ask you, if you look at that in totality, some people have said to me, if you actually go back to this period in time, both sides have a legitimate cause for complaint. Would you agree with that?
I can't agree with that because we have to stick hard and fast to the factual record. The factual record is fairly clear on what happened in 1947 to 49 in the case of Israel and Palestine. Roughly 750,000 Palestinians from what became the State of Israel were either expelled or fled in fear and ended up refugees. Now, it's important to keep in mind, Piers, because you, and I think generously, agreed to talk about the background. Frankly, I think you're the first person I've noticed willing to talk about the background, that about 270,000 of those Palestinians who were...
It's literally one of the only compliments Piers has ever deserved in his life, and it's kind of hilarious. It's like a historical moment.
Expelled during the first Arab-Israeli war, they ended up in Gaza. So if we want to take the point as a point of departure, 1947 to 49, the point of departure for Gaza...
Fact is, I struggle to think of anything he's ever deserved to get credit for aside from bad stuff. Are you just thanking us, or are you off to bed, Gabby?
Is exactly the same. That's how Gaza became Gaza. 70% of the population of Gaza became Palestinian refugees. Now, as to the question of what's sometimes called a population exchange between the Arabs who resided in, the Jews who reside in the Arab world versus the Arabs who resided in what became the State of Israel, there really isn't. I don't want to get involved now in a scholarly debate because it's simply not the time and place. But there isn't any good scholarship on what happened with those Arab Jews in 1948. Some, like the Yemeni Jews, everybody agrees they came willingly. The question of the Iraqi Jews, it's kind of a blur what happened. I'm not going to take one position or another on it. But I don't think those other aspects of the conflict ought to distract us from the fundamental question that you asked, and I think it's a very good question, to look at the background. And the background to what happened on October 7th, it began with the expulsion of about 300,000 Palestinians into Gaza, and now they comprise about 70 to 80% of the population of Gaza and their descendants.
Okay, well, Alan Dershowitz, you're disagreeing with what you're hearing there. Why?
Fundamentally, the Nakba...
Okay, every time that it moves over to Alan Dershowitz, we're going to go back and forth between 1.25 for Norman, because he talks slower than most people, and then we're going to go to 2. So we can at least technically hear the nonsense that he's saying.
Self-imposed wound. Ben Gurion, when he announced the establishment of Israel, welcomed all the Arabs to stay. He didn't want to expel a single one. But the Arab countries engaged in a genocidal war designed to kill every Jew and destroy Israel. It was as a result of that invasion that Palestinians were expelled. Now, I happen to have studied the situation with Iraqi Jews because I was one of those people who helped draft Resolution 242 at the United Nations, and we looked at great detail into the history of Jews in places like Iraq. In Iraq, there was a Nazi pogrom during the Second World War, and there were additional pogroms in other Arab countries in which Jews had no choice but to leave. And there was an exchange of population, much as there were in Sudetenland, much as there were in Pakistan and India, and every other country in the world. The refugees were incorporated, assimilated into the society. But UNRWA, this horrible organization, was set up to keep the Arabs, refugees, to keep them in camps, to make sure there was a festering wound. The Jews were integrated into society. No, they weren't first-class citizens in the beginning, but now they dominate the country. The same thing could have happened to the Arabs who left Israel. They could have been integrated into the surrounding countries. Instead, they were kept in camps and told that they had to destroy Israel. They had to have a right of return. They had to go back. That history can't stop and you can't move forward. You have to only move backwards. So the sole fault for the refugees was the attack by the Arab countries designed to kill Israelis. That's when the expulsions and the leavings occurred. So
before I go back to Norman for response to that, from your understanding, how many Jewish people were displaced?
All right. Hold on. Going back down. There you go.
From their homes in this early period? Because I've heard it was actually a lot.
It was between 700,000 and 800,000 with probably $1 trillion worth of wealth. These were people who had lived in these countries longer than the Muslims. Had lived there since the Babylonian exile 2,000 years earlier. They had been full citizens. They were dhimmis. They were second class because they were not Muslims, but they lived in peace. And once this happened, many were expelled. Some left voluntarily. I can see that to Mr. Finkelstein. But many left. About the same number were left voluntarily. Remember, too, with the Arabs, they were told to leave and they would come back victorious after. In Haifa, for example, many of them wanted to stay and many did stay. But the Arab leadership said, leave, we'll come back victorious, you'll have everything back. This is a complex situation. It's 75.
Norman is being so stoic right now. He's just staring with this sort of kind of like an eagle-like. Like, I feel like, you know, like just lasers.
Years ago, there is a statute of limitations on things like this, a moral statute of limitations. Move on. Establish yourselves in the countries that you left and went to. Get rid of these refugee camps. Get rid of UNRWA and become full citizens of the countries you moved to, the way my grandparents became full citizens of the United States after pogroms had made them leave Poland.
Okay, come to Norman Finkelstein. Your response to that?
Okay.
Hold on.
Thank you, Piers. First of all, as a general point, I agree with the notion of a statute of limitations on your claims to a parcel of land. The first time I came across that expression was reading Arnold Toynbee's great history of the world, actually. And he makes the point in his history that isn't there a statute of limitation on the claims of Jews to Palestine? He said that claim was made 2,000 years ago. And it's claimed that, even today it's claimed that, based on what happened 2,000 years ago, there's a large portion of Israeli population who believes they have title to the West Bank, they have title to Gaza, because of that claim 2,000 years ago. Isn't there a statute of limitations? Allow me to complete my thought, and then you can disagree. Isn't there a statute of limitations on the claim from 2,000 to 3,000 years ago? Now, I want to focus on Gaza. I would like to focus on Gaza. The population is expelled from Israel into Gaza. Now, if you look at Benny Morris's history called Border Wars, he says that between 1949 and 1953, literally, listen closely, about 2,700 to 5,000 Palestinian expellees, that's including in the West Bank and in Gaza, between 2,700 and 5,000 Palestinian expellees were killed by Israel when they tried to return home. Now, Benny Morris says 90% of those killed were unarmed. They were what he called economic infiltrees who wanted to see their homes. They wanted to see their land. They wanted to see their neighbors. They were brutally, if you believe Professor Morris, brutally murdered between those years. In 1956, as you know, Piers, England, France, and Israel invaded Egypt, including at the time Gaza. What happened then? According to Benny Morris in the book Border Wars, he said between 470 and 500 Palestinian men were lined up and shot down. Now let's bear in mind, Piers, this is long, long before this entity called Hamas came into the picture. Now, if we fast forward to 1967, after Israel occupies Gaza, there are new assaults on the people of Gaza, this time carried on by, at the time, Agricultural Minister Ariel Sharon. Now, without getting sidetracked, I do have to say, Professor Dershowitz, every time I listen to you, even when we debated each other in 2003, I guess, or 2004, I can't recall, you keep escalating your claims about having written UN Resolution 242 or contributed to the resolution. Professor Dershowitz, I understand people have found.
By the way, if you're not familiar with that, the like part of the war that Norman was referencing that happened after the Nakba in 1956, which lasted all of, I think, 10 days, is also referred to as the Suez Crisis, I believe. And it also involved the desire, if you will, of Western countries to continue to have access to the Suez Canal, which is in Egypt. Okay, back to this.
And I understand that people have failings of memory as they get older. But Professor Dershowitz, when we had our original debate, you didn't even know who wrote UN Resolution 242. You had all these names. It was Lord Carradine. Anybody who was involved in the process would know that. So let's agree on one thing. We both of us, should agree to only state facts. And if we have any doubts about the facts, let's set them aside and try to give viewers, listeners, as accurate a record as possible. We can disagree. But when you engage in your fantasies, it really, to me, is very disturbing and disorienting.
I don't want reality. Well, let me ask Professor Dershowitz to respond.
Well, first of all, let's get the fact.
Well, first of all, let's get this back up to 2 so that we can at least bear this for a moment.
I was Arthur Goldberg's law clerk. Arthur Goldberg was the United States representative to the United Nations. He asked me to come down. I actually moved in with him at the Waldorf Astoria Towers and worked with him on 242. Yes, I confused the name Carrington with something else, but I worked closely. In fact, I was partly responsible for changing the words. I'm sorry. I worked on the matter. I didn't work with Lord Carrington. I worked with Arthur Goldberg, and together we managed to use the word Palestinian before refugees in order to make sure that the resolution applied both to Palestinian refugees and to Jewish refugees. Now you're interrupting me.
You know what we need that we don't have that definitely needs to be on this soundboard? I need to write this down. We need a Mr. Borelli sound shot.
So let me finish. This is a detail. It's a fact. Now, let's talk about what happened involving the Gaza Strip. I agree there's a statute of limitations. I'm opposed to any biblical claims on Israel. I believe Israel has a political and moral claim to the land. There have always been Jews living there from the time of Jesus and Muhammad to 1948. And wisely, the British decided for a compromise plan for division. And that plan was accepted by the Jewish and Zionist leaders. It was rejected by the Palestinians. And then, as you know, Israel tried to give the entire Gaza Strip over to Egypt, back to Egypt, during the Camp David Accords. It almost caused a breakdown in the Camp David meetings because the Egyptians didn't want it. And Israel very reluctantly held onto it. And then in 2005, Israel abandoned the Gaza. And only when rockets and a bloody coup occurred did Israel respond by having border controls. Let me tell you one thing. They weren't strong enough. If there had been better border controls, Hamas would not have been allowed to bring in concrete, which it used to build tunnels, to bring in weapons, which it used to murder all these people on October 7th. So Israel was not strong enough. It should have had far better border controls, as other countries had in comparable situations. And so, one more point. Toynbee and Benny Morris both are regarded as kind of one-sided historians. There are claims that dispute both of them, particularly Toynbee. Toynbee was an overtly anti-Zionist historian who didn't believe that the Jewish people had any claim to Israel. There's also a statute of limitations on that. And so let's move forward. And moving forward means potentially a solution where Hamas is no longer in control of Gaza. Remember, too, you're absolutely right, Norman. Terrorism began way before Hamas. Terrorism was an essential part of the Palestinian leadership.
Jesus
the Olympic massacre.
This guy is so full of shit.
The terrorism on airplanes, the blowing up of airplanes.
Oh, God. It's so hard to even know where to start on his bullshit because there's so much of it.
To free hundreds of people, legitimately, many convicted, not all convicted, many convicted, in exchange for a small number of completely innocent hostages. You can't compare completely innocent hostages with convicted murder.
The thing about Dershowitz, and this is why he gets hired by some of the scummiest people on earth to defend them, he is really good at telling like 5% of the truth to make shit sound legit, right? He doesn't shut up. And it's a very good trait for somebody who's debating and doing things in a courtroom, but it's not good if you want the truth or
I don't want reality.
Oh, okay, never mind, Mark Mullins.
Okay, no, respond to that. But also, I also want to move on. Once you responded to it, also move on, if you will, to the issue of settlements, because one of the things I find hardest to have any sympathy with Israel about is the continued expansion of settlements,
I agree.
And in particular the West Bank. And I think we may find some consensus here. But first of all, Norman, your response to what Alan Dershowitz just said, but also then move it to settlements.
Yeah, well, I would like to try to. Well, actually, I can bring it up to the settlements on the case of Gaza. So I would like to.
Hold on.
Of settlements.
I agree.
And in particular the West Bank. And I think we may find some consensus here. But first of all, Norman, your response to what Alan Dershowitz just said, but also then move it to settlements.
Yeah, well, I would like to try to. Well, actually, I can bring it up to the settlements on the case of Gaza. So I would like to just continue where I left off with, so to speak, at the risk of being boring, the timeline. I said in 1970, there were atrocities committed in Gaza against the people of Gaza by the headed by the agricultural minister at the time, Ariel Sharon. In 1987, as you perhaps remember, Piers, the first Intifada broke out. It was overwhelmingly, here I quote Benny Morris from his book, Righteous Victims, it was an overwhelmingly nonviolent civil resistance to the Israeli occupation. By 1990, 3 years after the beginning, or really 2 years, because it began on December 7th, 1987, by 1990, Israel started to institute, again, I'm sticking strictly to Gaza, what it called a closure policy. And the closure policy was basically to seal off Gaza, okay? By 2002, 2003, if you read Baruch Kimmerling, he was a senior sociologist at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, he described Gaza as, quote, the largest concentration camp ever. Now, you might say Baruch Kimmerling was a person of the left, and I will grant that. But then we have Giora Eiland. Gera Iland at the time was the head of Israel's National Security Council.
Yeah.
He said in March 2003, and now I'm quoting him, he described Gaza as a huge concentration camp. So you can say there is a consensus among knowledgeable people, sociologists at the Hebrew University, head of the National Security Council, that Israel had turned Gaza into a concentration camp. In 2006, there was an election in January 2006. Hamas wins the election basically on the platform of reform, because the Palestinian Authority is proverbially corrupt. It comes into power.
This is this is basically I'm sorry, no. This is basically Norman Finkelstein at every single debate.
I got boxes full of Pepe.
Oh God, that was loud. That hurt my ears. Sorry, chat.
Immediately as it comes into power, Israel institutes this brutal economic blockade on Gaza. And at that point, there have been various descriptions. I'm sure, Piers, you wouldn't disagree. You wouldn't call The Economist a left-wing magazine or anti-Semitic. It described Gaza as, quote, a toxic dump. And at that point, it had slowly, just to give you.
That description made both Alan and, now granted, we're doing kinesics here, so this is pseudoscience, but they both shifted their sort of posture, if you will, when he said toxic waste. What was he? Toxic? Wait, hold on, we gotta hear that again. Toxic wasteland? Toxic something.
Left-wing magazine or anti-Semitic, it described Gaza as, quote, a toxic dump. And at that point, it had slowly, just to give you one example, Piers, and your listeners, because they should have a sense of what this blockade looked like. Israel's explicit policy, was to keep Gaza on the precipice of economic catastrophe. That's how they described their policy. They prohibited baby chicks from entering Gaza. They prohibited chocolate from entering Gaza. They prohibited potato chips from entering Gaza. They prohibited any spices from entering Gaza. And it prohibited any exports from Gaza, except at some points, occasionally, things like strawberries. So what had happened to Gaza? It had, on the eve of 2007, it had the highest unemployment rate in the world. It was about 60% unemployed, 50% for the population as a whole, 60% for youth. The people in Gaza were left to languish and die, no past, no present, no future, to languish and die in a concentration camp. That was their prospect as of October 6, 2003. Excuse me, 2023. Sorry about that.
May I respond?
Well, I tell you what, yes, actually, on that point, Professor Dershowitz, you respond to that point briefly, if you could. And then I want to come back to Norman Finkelstein to move it on to settlement. So, Alan, just respond to what...
May and disbelief...
Whoopsies, what did I just do?
Gaza on the precipice of economic catastrophe. That's how they described their policy. They prohibited baby chicks from entering Gaza. They prohibited chocolate from entering Gaza. They prohibited potato chips from entering Gaza. They prohibited any spices from entering Gaza. And it prohibited any exports from Gaza, except at some points, occasionally, things like strawberries. So what had happened to Gaza? It had, on the eve of 2007, it had the highest unemployment rate in the world. It was about 60% unemployed, 50% for the population as a whole, 60% for youth. The people in Gaza were left to languish and die, no past, no present, no future, to languish and die in a concentration camp. That was their prospect as of October 6, 2003. Excuse me, 2023. Sorry about that.
May I respond?
Well, I tell you what, yes, actually, on that point, Professor Dershowitz, you respond to that point briefly, if you could. Then I want to come back to Norman Finkelstein to move it on to settlement. So, Alan, just respond to what... respond to that suggestion, which has been cited by many people, that the conditions in Gaza, in the period that Norman Finkelstein has been referring to, have been described by many people as bordering on a concentration camp, and at the very least, a form of occupation where Israel wielded far too much control over what could come in and out of Gaza, including people.
Well, they're right in the description that it was a toxic place. It was a toxic place because Hamas took over and because Hamas robbed the people of Gaza of their food. It took the material that was sent from Europe, from countries around the world, and took it away from the children and took it away from the hospitals, took it away from the schools, and gave it to their fighters to build 350 miles of tunnels. Imagine what could have been done with all the resources that have been sent to Gaza. There was plenty of food in Gaza, except that Hamas was using it. There was plenty of material to build hospitals in Gaza, but instead Hamas was using it. It's Hamas that turned it into a toxic place. When Israel, in fact, actually occupied it, it was in much better shape than when Hamas took it over. And so it's Hamas's fault. Hamas turned Gaza into this horrible place. And let's remember, Israel has been prepared to give up Gaza over and over again. It tried desperately to give it back to Egypt during the Camp David. It tried desperately to allow for the 2007 Olmert plan. Gaza is given to a Palestinian state. The 2001 Bill Clinton plan. Gaza is given over. They rejected it. If it was a toxic concentration camp, the guards were not Israelis. The guards were Hamas people who were throwing gay people off the roof, who were murdering Palestinian Authority people, and who were...
Oh, yeah. The Gaza Strip is... Yeah, it's just a strip. 25 by 5. You could basically... I mean, physically, it'd be incredibly difficult. But I think technically, like, if you didn't get physically fatigued, right, ever, like, I'm pretty sure you could just run it in a day.
Women the right to live their lives decently. Okay. Yes, Gaza was a terrible place. Completely the fault of Hamas.
Can we reach a point of agreement on the issue of settlement? I suspect we can. So the normal figures, I don't want to keep responding. I don't want to keep responding to each other about that. What I would like you to do. Okay, give me one sentence, but then please address the issue of settlement.
The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, 1,000 humanitarian and economic organizations have all reached the same conclusion.
Whoops.
It's very simple. The main cause of the disaster in Gaza is...
What would you like to do. Okay, give me one sentence, but then please address the issue of settlement.
The United Nations Conference on Trade and Development, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, 1,000 humanitarian and economic organizations have all reached the same conclusion. It's very simple. The main cause of the disaster in Gaza is Israel's illegal blockade of that parcel of land. Full stop.
That's wrong. That's wrong. That's wrong. That's false.
Oh.
Who's wrong? Who's wrong?
I don't want
reality. The World Bank is wrong. The International Monetary Fund is wrong. They're all wrong.
Yes.
Are they all anti-Semitic? Is that what's going on?
I didn't say that. I didn't say that. They're wrong. I happen to know
So
more
why
about
are they
the
all wrong?
than any of them. Because the blockade was completely lawful. It was designed to prevent the importation and then the use of rockets against Israel. It's perfectly lawful for a country to engage in a blockade. That is, you're not. Let me finish. You can't have a double. Look, Israel is exposed to a double standard, but we're not letting you impose a double standard on me. No, I'm going to finish.
Oh, what I meant is, like, when I said run it, I meant like a perimeter, right? So that'd be what, 54 miles? If it's 25, if we're just calling it like a rectangle, which it's not, obviously. But, you know what I mean? It'd be like 25 on each side the long way and 2 or 5. So what? I'm sorry. 60. It'd be like 60 miles perimeter, like all the way around, which would be much longer than an average marathon. I'm pretty sure.
My statement.
But yes, you're right. Thank you for getting me to clarify that.
Going to interrupt me. So understand me. The military occupation was lawful. The blockade was lawful. Every country has the right to defend itself from rockets, from terror tunnels, from people coming over the border, murdering and kidnapping people. Those are all lawful. I'm telling you that as an expert in international law and the law of war. Okay. If you want to dispute me, get an expert who knows something about international law. Okay. Not a polemicist like
Professor Dershowitz. Okay. Professor Dershowitz, just as a matter of fact, I teach the laws of war. I've been teaching it for the last 5 years. To my understanding,
you're biased.
Okay, Professor Dershowitz. Okay, Professor Dershowitz, let's agree. I'm completely ignorant. Let's take that as a point of departure. How does it come to be that every humanitarian and political body in the world has declared that the blockade of Gaza constitutes collective punishment and therefore is a violation, a breach of international law, a war crime under international law? How did that come to pass?
They're wrong.
How is it that
First of all,
every...
you're wrong.
They're
wrong.
No, you're not.
Okay. Oh my God, Alan. They're wrong. Just everybody's wrong. Anybody who disagrees with this point is wrong.
You're not right. You're not right. No. You're wrong.
Including the ICC and the ICJ.
You're wrong in describing every group. There are many groups.
Okay. Professor Dershowitz, name me one legal international legal body or human rights organization. Name me one. I'll take the pause. Name me one.
Freedom units only. Thank you.
That says the blockade of Gaza is not collective punishment. Name me one.
The Lawfare Project in the United States.
The Lawfare Project. I said, name me one international legal or political body.
It is.
One.
It is.
Everybody's listening now. Piers Morgan has a very large audience. Name me one. Name me one international or legal or political body that says the blockade of Gaza is legal. Name me one.
It is legal, and every organization that I have been associated with, the Lawfare Project, the project run by a woman named Leitner, an international project, we're have all concluded that the blockade is legal. Also, the Israeli Supreme. Let me.
I love that. I believe that. When saying you believe that is an insult, let's listen to that again.
Project. the project run by a woman named Leitner, an international project, were have all concluded that the blockade is legal. Also, the Israeli Supreme let me finish. The Israeli Supreme Court, which is above reproach, and
because the thing is what he's talking about is like a think tank that I'm pretty sure he runs.
International Court of Justice has also, with limits, has said that blockades designed to prevent the bringing of rockets to Israel is lawful. Also, use your common sense. What possible reason would there be for allowing a group in Gaza, a group of Hamas, to send rockets without trying to blockade them from bringing the rockets in and building tunnels? Use your...
Oh, we should use our brains. Okay, chat. All right, we're just going to skip ahead to when Alan shuts up, which is actually very soon. So let's just go straight to here.
And I'll start with you, Professor Finkelstein. The issue of settlements, I think, is pretty much indefensible, actually, what's been going on, and particularly in recent years on the West Bank. But what is your overview of the settlement issue?
My overview of the settlements, as in all topics, is what international law says. Under Article 49 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, it's illegal for an occupying power to transfer its population to occupied territory. Now, when that issue came before the International Court of Justice in July 2004, every single judge, including the American judge, Mr. Bergenthal, they all agreed on that one point. The settlements are illegal under international law. Now, under the Rome Statute of the International Criminal Court, those settlements constitute war crimes. So what we're talking about now, since the settlement activity began right after the June 1967 war, what we're talking about is a protracted war crime over a period of a half century. And that's sometimes missed. When we talk about what's happened to Gaza, we're talking about 2 decades. If you go back to the closure in 1990, we're talking about the martyrdom of a people over 3 decades. Those young men who burst the gates of Gaza on October 7th were born into, to use your phrase now, a toxic concentration camp. They were born into it. And that settlement activity, which under the Rome Statute is a war crime, that's been ongoing for a half century.
Okay, let me get Professor Dutch to
respond, please.
Yes,
no, let's not. That's good enough. I think we get it, right, chat? Having to listen to Piers Morgan and Alan Dershowitz to get to listen to Norm is difficult, but that pretty much encompassed the entire interview. There was only like 10 minutes left, and mostly Alan Dershowitz and Piers talking and wrapping it up, so I think that's good for us, at least for me. I don't know about you, but it seems like a good way to end that there. Alright, now let's watch something just to make us perhaps giggle momentarily at the end of all of this.
And on the 6th day, God created man and woman to have dominion over the animals. And on the 7th day, God rested.
Wait. It's on 1.25, I can tell. Why is it 240? Oh, it's on 240. Okay, I see.
And on the 8th day, God rested. And on the 9th day, God rested. So he basically just rested. And then drowned everyone and invented the rainbow. And then rested. And that, Isaac, brings us pretty much up till now.
Thanks, Dad. Wow, the Lord sounds smart.
He is smart. Especially those first 6 days where he made everything, but also generally. Now, run along and play in the grid.
Great. Bye.
Abraham!
Lord!
Abraham! Not interrupting, am I?
No, perfect timing. I was just telling my son about all the wonderful ideas you've had.
Good, because, Abraham, actually, I've had another one.
Another idea? An idea from the Lord? Oh, please tell.
Yes, I will. And, okay, and do tell me if you think this is sort of, well, out of order, you know.
What?
Right. Well, my new idea is human sacrifice!
What?
You know, human sacrifice? I think you should kill someone. And I was thinking you should kill Ivan.
Ivan?
Ivan? Ivan, your son?
Oh, Isaac!
Isaac! I'm so sorry, it's Isaac, yes, Isaac. Yeah. I think you should kill Isaac. So, what do you think?
Brilliant!
Really?
Oh, yes, Lord, another winner. Ivan, rustle up a pyre, we're making a sacrifice.
Ivan? I thought you said his name was...
Oh, no, Ivan's a much better name, Lord. You were right. I can't wait to see the look on his face.
You're sure you're fine with this?
Absolutely.
You would say?
I would say what, Lord?
Well, if you thought I was asking you to do something, wrong...
If I thought it was wrong, like I'd know, like I have any chance of forming an independent basis of right and wrong outside the instructions of some supervisory being.
Yeah,
no, Lord,
exactly.
I am your bitch.
Yeah, okay, but...
Finish the pie, Dad.
Hello, Ivan.
Where's the sacrifice?
Oh, that's a good point. Where is it? Any ideas, Lord? Oh, wait, I remember. It's there.
What?
Yes, Ivan. The Lord's new idea is that I should sacrifice you.
Me? Brilliant!
Yes. On the 5th day, he invented the birds and the fish, and today he's invented me murdering my son. Another winner, Lord. You're certainly not tinkering with an already perfect creation like some giant see-through George Lucas. Hop on,
Oh, here's a nice stabby bit of flint, Dad.
No, hang on.
Well done, Ivan. Right, brace yourself, lad.
No, wait. Look, wait.
Yes, Lord?
It was a test.
Oh, a test! Oh, what another brilliant idea.
He's so smart.
Did we pass?
Oh, you really passed. Yes. Big tick.
Great. Well, do let us know if you have any other brilliant ideas, Lord.
Yes, Oh, actually, while you have that flint handy, I did have another, idea.
Yes?
Well, what if you were to... Say if this is weird, but what if you were to cut off your son's... Oh, what's it called? I can't think of the name. The skin around the... Oh, I'll get back to it.
Fuck it.
Okay.
Can't wait.
Okay.
Why not
hope
me?
that helped lift people's spirits there at the end. 7 minutes behind. God, dogs. Good God.
Jesus, I say that.
I'm pretty sure it did. He did. Well. I guess this is my only question left, chat. Well, made it through another treacherous journey through the abyss. So glad to have had all of you space fans here with me. That's it for me, Streamlord. Till I see you next time. You stay classy, Galactic Stream Nation.
Pepe.
Strategy, Cotton. Let's see if it pays off for him.
One example of the absurd